Are you my missionary today?
I am not, but I'm happy to spend the time to a harder job today. I'm happy to step in. Everybody, nice weekend. Nice
Yeah,
weekend.
how about you?
Very nice.
All right, Mr. Cripps. David Cripps, are you there? David Cripps, are you there?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good night, David Cripps. David Cripps going once. David Cripps going twice. Moving on. Mr. Marshall, good morning.
Our judge, Mr. Smith, we're just going to set it for exam. He should be on this screen somewhere.
Okay, we're ready. Smith.
Calling case number 240-56166, the people of the state of Michigan versus Brandon Deshaun Smith. Defendant is being charged with count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence, third offense. Count 3, domestic violence, third offense. Habitual offender, third offense notice. Today is the date, time, for probable cause. Attorney.
Good morning, Your Honor. Dinah Lynch on behalf of the people, P84589.
And good morning, Your Honor. Hugh Marshall, P48269, on behalf of Brandon Smith, who should be on the screen. I think that's him there in the yellow, Your Honor.
Mr. Smith, tell us your name for the record.
Brandon Deshaun Smith.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Marshall?
Your Honor, I'd like to set this for exam, please.
Court will continue the plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is March 25th at 9 o'clock?
Not good. The 26th, I have the whole day open, if that's convenient.
That's my homicide day, sir. What's your availability on the 25th?
I could do it in the afternoon or very late morning.
March 25th at 11:45.
Sounds good.
March 25th at 11:45. Bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Cripps.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
I have Wilma Turner and Denzel Williams. Miss Turner's on Zoom right now.
Okay, let's do one turn.
Calling case number 230-58815, the people of the state of Michigan versus Williams and Truth Turner. Defendant is being charged with count 1, homicide murder, second degree. Today is the date and time for probable cause. Appearances, please. I'm sorry, today is the date and time for competency hearing. Appearances, please.
Do I have an APA here on Wilma Turner? Mr. Kehoe, is that yours?
No, it's not, Your Honor, but I will take a look to see who it is, Judge.
Judge, I
Okay.
believe it's Bryn Kurt's case.
All right. I'm gonna have to
She's
come
the
back.
one Okay. The other person I have is Denzel Williams.
Let's do it.
Calling case number 240-561, people of the state of Michigan versus Denzel Williams. Defendant is being charged with count 1, homicide murder, second degree. Count 2, assault with intent to murder. Count 3, weapons, felony, firearm. Count 4, weapons, felony, firearm. Today's date and time.
Practitioner, so probably.
Dominic
Okay.
DeGrazia on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Judge. David Cripps, P34972, appearing on behalf of Mr. Williams. He's in the Wayne County Jail.
Are you waiving his presence for purposes of this hearing?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
The court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Mr. DeGrazia sent discovery to me on Friday. It's been downloading over the weekend, and so I do have discovery now.
All right, are you demanding an exam?
Yes, Your Honor.
How's March twenty-sixth at 11:30?
I can't do that morning, Judge. I'm going to be in a different county doing exams.
Can you do March twenty-sixth at 1:30?
No, I don't think so. At 1:30? Yes, Judge, I can give that. I can do that.
All right, March twenty-sixth at 1:30, bond will be continued.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
As soon as someone gets here on Turner, we'll do that. Mr. Kenny, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. I have Mr. Aud with Mr. Kehoe. He's, unless
Okay,
you let me waive his presence for today's situation.
we can waive his presence.
All right. What I'm asking for is a competency evaluation. I will be
Let me call the
bringing
case.
some. Okay.
Let me call, not to repeat all that.
Calling case number 240-56132, the people of the state of Michigan versus Dallas Hall. Defendant is being charged with count 1, homicide, felony murder, count 2, weapons, felony firearm. Today is the day and time for probable cause and appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is James Kehoe. My P number is 82812 on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Judge. Robert Kinney appearing on behalf of Mr. Aud. Mr. Aud's parents are probably on YouTube. I have talked to them extensively. I've went to Wayne County Jail and talked to Mr. Aud. And because of that reason, I'm asking the court for a competency exam. Even though I don't have the discovery of me and Mr. Kehoe has been talking about it, you should have an order, a protective order that we're both asking you to sign. And because of my conversations with Mr. Kehoe, I'm also asking
You froze, Mr. Kenny. I didn't hear the last thing. You said you're also asking what?
for a competency to waive Miranda rights.
Oh, so competency and competency to waive Miranda. All right, the court
Yes.
will refer to the forensic center for a competency evaluation. That'll be for competency and competency to waive Miranda. We'll set a review date for June 18th at 8:30. Bond will be continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I apologize. I'm out that week. Could we do the week before or after?
You're always messing something.
I know, Judge. I'm sorry.
The report, given how they work, probably won't be ready by then anyway. So let's do June 23rd.
June, I
June
couldn't hear you,
25th.
Judge.
June
June
25th.
25th. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Urban Keller.
Yes, Your Honor.
What can I do for you?
Your Honor, I'm here on the matter of the People versus Denard Owens. We are scheduled for a probable cause conference today. I had just been retained on this case, have not received discovery. I spoke to the prosecution last week, and they are amenable to an adjournment if the court would indulge us.
Let me call the case. Very on.
Calling case number 240-56116, the people of the state of Michigan versus Denard Owens. Defendant is being charged with count 1, reckless driving causing death. Count 2, failure to stop at scene of accident when at fault, resulting in death. Count 3, operating while intoxicated causing death. Count 5, operating while intoxicated causing serious injury. Today's the day and time for probable cause.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jaron Anderson on behalf of the people, P85434.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yvonne Paravon Keller, P84328, appearing on behalf of Mr. Owens, who is presently in custody.
Are you waiving his presence?
Yes, Your Honor.
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, with the court's indulgence, we would ask, since I have only recently been retained on this case and have yet to receive discovery, if we could adjourn this probable cause conference to a time in the future. I had the opportunity to receive the concurrence in the prosecution, but I leave it up to the court's discretion.
Is there a possibility this may resolve itself short of an exam?
At this time, I cannot say, Your Honor. I just need to see the discovery, but I should be able to inform the court once I get it.
And Your Honor, I'll have discovery. I'll have a protective order finalized and discovery over to defense today.
Will the people be demanding an exam in this matter?
Not necessarily, Your Honor.
I'll adjourn the probable cause conference to March 22nd at 8:30.
Your Honor, unfortunately, I will be out of town at that time. Is there a way we can move it a couple weeks from then, Judge?
No, sir, not a couple of weeks. When are you leaving town?
I leave town the 21st and I return the 26th, Judge.
We need to do this probably by March 20th.
Understood, Judge.
ASAP.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I didn't hear you.
I need you to get discovery to them ASAP.
Absolutely. I'll have that in the matter moments.
Thank you.
March 20th at 8:30. Bond continue. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
What can I do for you?
I have Mr. Corbin. He is in custody. Gerald Corbin. He's a PCC.
Did you want to wait on him or waive his presence?
Yes, I need to explain to him what's going on. I'm going to ask the court to consider, based upon the conversations that I had with him in the jail. I need to ask the prosecutor a couple of questions, but I'm going to ask the court to consider dismissing this matter today.
Well, I have the Wayne County Jail logged in, but looks like they have a Denzel Williams that they want to present to the court. I don't know if this is the right division of the Wayne County Jail or not. So I'm gonna have to come back to you, okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Bryn Kirk,
Yes, Your Honor.
you ready on Turner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Cripps, where'd you go? Looks like I lost. Mr. Woodyard.
Judge, good morning. I am appearing on my client whose name is Kimball. It's scheduled for an exam this afternoon, but I'm going to ask the court to push it over. Ms. Drain is prepared to represent the people in the matter.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, let's call Kimball. Exam at 12:05.
Calling case number 240-56046, the people of the state of Michigan versus Cortez Campbell. The defendant is being charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree. Person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree. Person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. SOR notice. Third offense notice to be today time for examination.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people.
P number 60249, standing in for the attorney of record, APA Erica Moses.
And Judge King, good morning to you. Michael Woodyard, my IP number is 64612. I'm a staff attorney at Neighborhood Defender Service. Our office represents Mr. Kimball. Judge, for this purpose, I would waive Mr. Kimball's presence.
Okay, so this matter is scheduled for exam at 12 o'clock. Why are you informing me now? Okay.
It is, Judge. We were before the court, I think, for the probable cause conference. I believe it was Wednesday. It may have been Tuesday. And at that time, the prosecutor had represented that all discovery would be provided promptly. I think the short story is, Judge, I received at this morning, it was transmitted at 11:48 last night, the Kids Talk interview. I believe, based on what Ms. Moses has told me, she had transmitted it, but it didn't send, and there was some technological snafus. The upshot is I haven't yet downloaded it. It's not converted to a format I can see, and of course I have not reviewed it with Mr. Kimball. Would the court consider giving us a date to allow me to do that? I need to be prepared for the exam, and I won't be unless I do that.
I can put it over to March 20th at 10:30.
Judge, I'm going to check my calendar so my screen may go black. You said the 20th at 10:30?
Yes, sir.
That day's fine. That day's fine, Judge.
If I may, Ms. Moses indicated to me that she is starting a jury trial on Wednesday. However, she would be available on Friday if the court is available in defense counsel.
I am, if that's what we do. Later, I mean, after like noon. I have a couple things up in the morning, Judge, across the street, but I am available that day.
March 22nd at 12:30.
Perfect.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, thank you for your attention. Appreciate it.
All right, I'll continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Franklin.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I am well, thank you.
What can I do for you?
I have a Mr. Robinson. It was supposed to be set on your docket instead of Judge Sabri's docket. It's a child abuse second-degree case, and I was advised by the APA that it will be moved to your docket instead of Judge Sabri's.
I have it.
Okay. And so we were just gonna, I have received discovery and it just asks for an exam date.
Okay, let me call the case.
Calling case number 240-55998, the people of the state of Michigan versus Drukari Robinson. Defendant is being charged with count 1, child abuse, second degree. Today is the date and time for probable cause.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688. I'm standing in for the attorney of record, Brittany Johnson.
And good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Kiana Franglich, P73015, on behalf of Mr. Drukari Robinson, who is currently in the Wayne County Jail, respectfully requesting permission to waive his appearance for today's proceedings.
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, I have received the discovery in this matter and also gone over with my client. We are requesting a preliminary examination date.
Court will continue to plead of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. House March 25th at 10:15.
Is it possible to do 10:30 or 11? I'm currently on a crutch, and so it takes a little longer for me to ambulate. I'm on crutches with a boot on my foot. So if we could do 11.
I'll have something scheduled at 11 and 11:30.
Is the afternoon open?
11:45, No, I can't do that. I'm sorry. 12 o'clock.
I can do that, Your Honor.
That works, Your Honor.
March 25th at 12 o'clock. Bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Pilkowitz.
Good morning, Your Honor. I have Ryan ready.
Okay. Ready on ready.
Pun intended.
Calling case number 240-56167, the people of the state of Michigan versus Brian Lamar Reddy. Defendant is being charged with count 1, malicious destruction of personal property, $1,000 or more for less than $20,000. Count 2, domestic violence. Count 3, illegal entry without authorization. Habitual offender, court defense notice. Today is the date and time for probable cause and Kansas police.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jackie Pilkowitz, PA 1653 on behalf of Ryan Reddy. I'd ask that the court waive his presence for purposes of this proceeding. I just spoke with him yesterday.
The court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
I believe Ms. Drain has sent me discovery yesterday, so I'm in the midst of downloading it. If there's anything I'm missing, I will follow up with her. Otherwise, we just need an exam date.
Okay, the court will continue the plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is March 25th at 10:45?
That works, Judge.
We continue.
All right, thank you. Have a good one. You said the 25th, correct? Monday?
25th, yes, at 10:40.
All right, see you then.
Mr. Cripps, you ready on turn or not?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're ready on turn.
Calling case number 230-58815, the people of the state of Michigan versus William Patrice Turner. Defendant is being charged with count 1, homicide, murder, 2nd degree. Today is the day and time for competency hearing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Kurt on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good morning, Judge. David Cripps, P 34972, appearing on behalf of Wilma Turner, who's joined us by Zoom.
Mr. Turner, tell us your name for the record. You have to unmute yourself.
Wilma Turner.
All right, so today's date time set for a competency hearing. Did we get a report back from the forensic center?
No, yeah.
The people did, Your Honor.
I'm still waiting independent report.
So Mr. Cripps, did you not get the forensic center's evaluation?
Yes, but I'm still waiting an independence report on competency.
Okay.
So I can provide it to you in the court.
So when is that forthcoming?
Well, I know Dr. Abramsky is working on it. I know she's going to be back in town next week, so I would say within a month, Your Honor.
All right, April 18th at 8:30. I'll adjourn the competency hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Ms. Anderson, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good, and yourself?
I'm well, thank you.
What can I do for you?
I have Taiwan Matthews. I'm covering for Natalie Phelps.
Okay. Ready on that.
Calling case number 230-56430, the people of the state of Michigan versus Taiwan Deshaun Matthews. Defendant is being charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, 4th degree. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, fourth degree, complete, aggravated indecent exposure. Today is the date and time for return competency hearing. Please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Moore on behalf of the people, P84724.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Lauren Anderson, P85191, standing in for attorney of record Natalie Phelps on behalf of Mr. Matthews.
Okay, what's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, if I may, sorry, Ms. Anderson, not to jump in.
You're good.
We recently received, I believe it was dated March 7th of 2024, another competency report that opines that the defendant in this case is in fact incompetent and not likely to regain competency for the time period allotted, which I believe expires on March 30th of 2024. Now, I forwarded that report and the information to the people in my office that handle these matters. We've reached out to the Department of Health and Human Services, which is my understanding, to determine whether or not they will be filing a petition in probate court for this individual. I am asking the court for if the court will set this over to one day next week. We're getting close to that statutory period. I would like to hear back from the Department of Health and Human Services to determine what the next step is, and I will have an order for dismissal prepared for the court to sign at the next court hearing.
Okay.
I agree with that, Judge.
Looking for early next week or late next week?
Any day next week works for me. Maybe Wednesday or later in case they don't get back to us by Monday.
All right, let's do March 21st at 8:30.
I'm sorry?
March 21st at 8:30. I'm sorry, that's this week. Let's do March 27th at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor. Additionally, is the defendant present, Ms. Anderson?
I think he's at the forensic center or he's in custody. I don't think he's out.
Okay, I would just ask that he be present for next week's hearing, considering that will be dispositive in this case.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can we note the file that the defendant is person? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day, everyone.
Wayne County Jail. Unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah, they gotta be. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's your name?
Denzel Williams.
Can you get the deputy for me, Mr. Williams?
Say it one more time.
Can you get the deputy for me?
Okay. The judge wants to speak with you. The judge wants to speak with you. The judge wants to speak with you. Yeah. Here you come right now.
Okay, thank you.
I think he about to come around the corner right now.
No, I'm talking about, they need the deputy.
Yeah.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, deputy. How you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. Do you have a Gerald Corbin for me?
Yes, he's at Division 2. I just notified them to let you know that you're ready for him.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. We're just waiting on Mr. Williams' attorney.
Okay, no problem.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry. This was Denzel Williams, right? Oh, we did Mr. Williams already. His next court date is March 26th at 1:30 for preliminary exam. March 26th at 1:30.
Okay, all right, thank you. And his
Yeah, bond continued.
okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
You said that you had some questions for the prosecutor. Talk to her, or have you talked? To her?
Yes, I did give her a call.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'm waiting on Division 2 to log in with your clients.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Is that Mr. Fedora?
Yes, Your Honor.
What can I do for you?
We had Gabrielle Moore on this morning at 9 for bond hearing.
Oh, okay. Was that the one that they appeared on Zoom last week and I told them to be here today? Is that the one?
Correct.
Okay. Are they here?
I have not seen them. Rep them, I'm just retaining who I haven't met in person before. So, not sure.
Okay.
You're more than welcome. Sit down.
Is that your client, Ms. Gaten Robinson? Are you Mr. Corbin, sir? I can't hear you.
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, we're ready on Corbin.
Calling case number 240-55855, people of the state of Michigan versus Gerald Lewis Corbin. Defendant is in charge of count 1, assault with intent to bring about conquest and murder or by strangulation. Today is the date and time for probable cause.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Your appearance, Ms. Gaten Robinson? She's. Tell us your name for the record, sir.
Gerald Morris Corbin.
Okay, we're just waiting on your attorney to come back. She was here.
Mr. Moore's here, just haven't seen his attorney yet.
Okay.
March 22nd, 12:30. That's on tour guide. He just did it. Right. Talk to me. Kimball. Cortez Kimball. Yeah, Cortez Kimball. March 22nd, 12:30. All right.
Your Honor, may I please speak to Mr. Corbin in a breakout room?
Okay.
Thank you.
Join the breakout room. Yes. Let me see that Gabriel. Are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We are ready on court.
Yes, Ms. Drain is the prosecutor on my matter.
Yes.
Calling case number 240-55855, the people of the state of Michigan versus Gerald Morris Corbin. Defendant is being charged with count 1, assault with intent to degrade bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Today is time for probable cause. Appearances, please.
Good morning. May it please this honorable court, Attorney Phyllis Gaten Robinson, P 71733.
And good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
All right, what's your pleasure, Ms. Kate Robinson?
Your Honor, today is the date and time set for a probable cause conference. Last week we had a probable cause conference, but I had just been spot appointed to the case. I've since had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Corbin, and I am concerned about whether or not the complaining witness actually wants to move forward with this case based upon some information given to me by Mr. Corbin. I am wondering if the prosecution has had an opportunity to speak with the complaining witness on this matter, and if the complaining witness wants to move forward.
And Your Honor, I will indicate to the court and Ms. Gaten Robinson that the complainant was on board when this case was when the warrant was originally signed. However, she has since contacted the prosecutor, our office, to indicate that she is no longer wishes to pursue this case, and also would not be cooperative with prosecution at all. That's the information that I have.
Witness is not prepared or is not wishing to move forward, I would ask that the court dismiss this matter. My client, I know it's PCC and it's unusual, but my client is being deprived of his. Why make him sit in jail another week or so to see if she's going to show up when she's let the prosecutor's office know she's not going to show up and she's not going to participate?
Ms. Drain?
Your Honor, based on all the information that we all have at this point, I would not be going forward with the case, and I would not object to a dismissal at this point.
Court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Have a good day, Mr. Corbin.
I love you very much. I appreciate you. God have a blessed day.
Did he say he loved you very much? That was nice.
Have a great one. Thank you for your patience.
Okay. Yes, sir, I am. Case dismissed. No, it's just judge.
Are you Mr. King?
I am, Your Honor.
Not related, are you?
Your Honor, asked borrow money.
No, sir, I don't think so. It look like some family down there. Seriously. Calling case 2456061, people of the state of Michigan versus Gabriel Darshall Moore. Defendants charged in count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2 assault, pregnant individual, intentionally causing miscarriage, stillbirth. Count 3 weapons, firearms, possession by a felon. Count 4, 5 felony firearm. Defendant has a habitual offender, fourth offense notice, mandatory 25-year sentence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Fedora for the people, P76177.
Good morning, Your Honor. Please, this honorable court, James King, P number 85229. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Ward, who's president to my left. Mr. Ward, please state your name for the record.
Okay, so this is a bond hearing set for today, Mr. Fedora.
Thank you, Your Honor. Basically, people are asking, for the people's understanding, so please, Your Honor, correct me if I'm wrong, is the defendant, that the bond on the defendant's 200,000 surety, and it's my understanding that he did post that. That's why he's out of custody at this time. Reviewed the case with the supervisor. What we're asking the court to do is modify that bond to require the GPS tether and house arrest.
I thought last week you were asking for a remand.
And Your Honor, at this time, asking for the GPS tether and house arrest.
Okay. Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. So I didn't attend the last hearing. My colleague did, Ms. Montez, but I was confused as to why the arguments were being brought forth before the court for bond again, when nothing's changed. Just to give the court a little procedural history here. This originally came in as a CCW charge. At the arraignment on that charge, the prosecution made it clear to the court that they were going to charge Mr. Moore with homicide. And for that reason, he should be held. And they gave all the facts of that case onto the record, and the judge still gave Mr. Moore fine, which was supposed to, I believe it was a person. Later, as I had contact with opposing counsel, not this counsel, it was, I believe, one of the brother counsels, I was made aware that a warrant was going to come down for Mr. Moore's arrest for the homicide. So I asked for a day. I called the OIC and I called the APA and asked for a day so that we could turn Mr. Moore in. They allowed us to do so. Mr. Moore, my colleague and myself went to DDC, turned him in. The next day he was arraigned on the homicide and we had bond arguments again. We had the bond argument. The very first thing that Judge Ramsey Heath made a determination on was that Mr. Moore was not a flight risk. At that hearing, the prosecution laid out all the facts of the case that they thought would represent facts that should lead to Mr. Moore being held without a bond, remanded and held without a bond. And then I made my counter arguments. We went back and forth. Judge Ramsey Heath actually also chimed in with regards to some of the facts. And then the bond was set at $200,000. There was a bond redetermination hearing set to lower the bond, not to raise it, to lower it, because I made arguments with regards to the $200,000 bond, not only being unreasonable, but unconstitutional as well, given the facts and circumstances of this case. Before that hearing, that Monday, I went to see Mr. Moore Sunday at the Wayne County Jail and found out that he had posted the $200,000 surety bond. The next hearing that was set was just for a probable cause conference. At that hearing, again, Ms. Montez represented Mr. Moore. I was not present, but at that hearing again, there was representations made with regards to asking for the bond to be modified again. And at that time, Mr. Moore had no infraction. There were no allegations that he had violated any of the conditions of release that were set forth for him. There were no allegations that he left the state or the jurisdiction, had any police contact or any violent behavior. So I was confused as to how we were having a bond determination hearing when none of the facts had changed, facts or circumstances had changed since Judge Ramsey Heath put in the $200,000 cash surety bond. I represent to this court that this has already been heard, not only before Judge Ramsey Heath, but before another judge as well, these arguments, and that there's been nothing has happened since the $200,000 bond has been set that would require this court to modify the conditions of release, specifically because one of the reasons Mr. Moore was able to post a bond was because he's gainfully employed, always has been. He's joined here with his significant other and his child, to which he resides with. I could understand if the new counsel comes, there's a new APA that gets in the case and gets concerned because of the charge. And maybe, I think that house arrest within and of itself is completely unnecessary. But I think that had Mr. Moore done something to suggest to the court that he's a flight risk, that GPS tether may have been necessary, but that's not the case. So I've asked the court to not impose any new conditions, to allow Mr. Moore to continue on the bond as is. It's a bond that he and his family posted, and he intends to abide by all the conditions of release so that he does not surrender that bond to the court.
And Your Honor, the people's position is that the defendant is a danger to the community, and that's based on both his history and the facts in this case. History includes 4 counts convicted of possession with intent to deliver. That was from 2018. And then prior to that, in 2013, he was convicted of home invasion, 3rd degree, with a domestic violence conviction as well. That latter conviction is consistent with the incident here. The defendant gave what the evidence indicates is a false statement to police. The evidence indicates that the defendant was present at the victim's house at the time that she was shot and killed. There's video that shows the defendant entering the residence by force. Again, this is an individual who has a prior home invasion 3rd degree conviction by kicking in the door. So we see that video, and then a couple minutes later, leaving the residence. The phone information, the phone extractions indicate that the last usage of the victim's phone was just before this incident, the defendant going into the house. The defendant's phone also shows his location data, that the location data shows that he was at that location, the victim's residence, at the time that she would have been shot. So all this evidence is consistent with the defendant having shot and killed the victim. He charges his 1st degree. I think that $200,000 is very, very generous. We're merely asking for, again, house arrest and GPS tether for the safety of this meeting.
So he indicates that he's employed. Where's he employed?
His employee does remodeling of homes and more housing services. They acquire remodel homes.
More housing services.
Correct.
Who's your supervisor?
He's the city self-employed. If I may, just briefly, Your Honor, with regards to the facts of the project. So we are going to argue this again. So first, the possession of intent to distribute while armed, although a serious crime, is not a body that. And with regards to the other charge, that conviction that the prosecution argues warrants my client's involvement as a threat to the community. Not only is that conviction dated, but also the facts of that case are starkly different than the allegations in this case. And Mr. Moore completed the probationary sentence successfully without issues. If I may continue, with regards to the facts of this case, first, I think it's telling that prosecution leaves out the fact that there was suicide. Second, once I found out that this was going to be a homicide case, I signed a protective order so that we can receive the discovery. And the discovery only led to more holes in the prosecution's argument. Primarily, when the decedent was killed. The decedent's body was found by the landlord of the home in which she rented out. There was no shot spotter that indicated when the gunshot was that killed her. There was no 911 call. There was at some point in time, the landlord went inside the home, found the decedent, and made a phone call to the police. And this investigation started. What also found telling was that in the statements taken by DPD, not the line investigators, the friends and family members of the decedent said two very important things to this case. One, there was someone else that has motive and reason to want the decedent dead. That person being the child of her, I believe it was a son that was killed, and that child's father was charged for that, and the decedent was a witness in that case. For some reason, he was released.
This is sounding more and more like a Lifetime.
Exactly, and it goes further. Like there was this friend of the decedent also wrote a note saying that she was suicidal, that she didn't want to go on, and that it was Mr. Moore who was encouraging her to get through whatever difficulty she was having, and to continue to live her life. The text messages that are referenced by opposing counsel do not, from the night of that they allege that the decedent was killed. Again, the night that they see a person that they've identified as Mr. Moore coming and going from the decedent's home, were messages asking for help from Mr. Moore agreeing to help. And then at some point in time, there's a back and forth, and Mr. Moore makes it clear in the text messages that he wants to come over and make sure that she's okay. Again, we've had these arguments. There's more facts, I believe, that could go towards these arguments as far as why Mr. Moore should not be considered a threat to society. Again, there's already been a finding that it's not a flight risk. I submit to the court that without going into more of the details, that would just be more confusing.
Mr. Fedora, do you have a motive?
Your Honor, so there were multiple witnesses as to what the defendant and the victim had talked about as far as the victim's pregnancy. And one of the accounts is that the defendant did not want the victim to have a child.
How far along was she?
I believe it's about 2 weeks, something like that. But one other fact, Your Honor, if I can just throw this in, there wasn't a gun at the scene. So what defense is alleging is that this is suicide, or there was a firearm at the scene. The defendant, when he was interviewed, said the victim did not have a gun. Another friend of the victim said that the victim had been given a gun by the defendant. So again, the absence of a weapon and the allegation by defense that this is suicide doesn't really apply.
Two things. First, that same witness said that Mr. Moore gave her that firearm, receiving that firearm to protect herself from the person that had motive to kill her. Second, that very same witness and one of the gentlemen who rented out the room inside of his home made it clear that Mr. Moore actually wanted the decedent to have a child, and it was her who didn't want to have a child because of what happened to the decedent who didn't want to have a child because of what happened to the child that she had lost before. Nonetheless, Your Honor, it's not uncommon for individuals to be not 100% honest with the police when they first talk to them. That's why the government has the resources that they do to actually find the truth, to actually do thorough investigations. It hasn't happened yet. And so I think with that, this whole notion of throwing fear and charges before this court, there hasn't even been a finding of probable cause at the preliminary exam yet. for them to come before your honor and try to make these new arguments, or excuse me, these same arguments that have already been ruled on by prior judges, I think it's just prosecution attempting to make this court believe that Mr. Moore is someone who they cannot prove he is at this point in time. It hasn't happened. Obviously, all we have right now are allegations on a piece of paper. Can we at least get to the exam before they try to alter his conditions of release? Moreover, if this court decides that he is to be placed on a tether device, he has to get locked up today.
Not necessary. Because this court can fashion a remedy whereas he could turn himself into the tether agency when they're ready to give him the tether as opposed to sitting in jail waiting for the tether. I've done that before.
I understand. Nonetheless, we think if the court should decide that, I completely understand. However, I don't think that these facts warrant such a modification.
Well, you know, we paint a very different picture than what it appears like on paper. On paper, these charges not only are they disturbing, but they are just charges, they're just allegations at this time. The purpose of the bond is not for punishment. The court does recognize that. However, I cannot ignore your client's extensive criminal history. In fact, these charges, the habitual fourth offense notice, mandatory 25-year sentence. These charges were first degree murder, premeditated, as well as assault on a pregnant individual intentionally causing miscarriage or stillbirth, and felon in possession of a firearm. This court hasn't heard a shred of evidence as of yet. I recognize that those charges in his criminal history do give me pause. He's quite frankly lucky to be out and not on a remand status. All that being said, I am inclined to put a tether on, but as I indicated before, I'm not going to lock him up at this point. I'm going to give him a date certain to go and have the tether placed on him. And I will make provisions for him to continue to work. There'll be house arrest, but he'll be able to go to work only, work in court only. I don't think he's a flight risk, however, I think he may be, based on his criminal history, he may be a danger to the community. So figure out how I'm going to contact the tethering agent and have them contact you when he's coming and have the tether placed on. I want to get that done by this week. Do we have an exam date?
April 2nd, Your Honor.
April 2nd. We'll have him turn himself in by the 22nd. Get the tether placed on.
Just a point of clarification, right? The court suggested that the tether company reach out to the defense counsel for the attorney.
I think I'm going to reach out to them today to see how they want to proceed. If they're going to call you, or if it comes in Friday, they give them the date certain. They can't do it Friday. When it comes. Are you on my Jalen Lewis case also?
I'm just notified about that. I'm not sure if that's me or one of my. Check.
This is set for exam at 11. Then it's set for exam now.
Let me find out.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Notes.
Good morning.
What can I do for you?
We have an exam scheduled with Ms. Rebecca Jones and.
Okay, you ready?
Yes, I am. APA training and I'm some kind of good process.
On Rebecca Jones. Next. Calling case 2455997, people of the state of Michigan versus Rebecca Marie Jones. Been discharged in count one assault with a dangerous weapon. Case is correct.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, number 60249.
Good morning, may it please this honorable court, William Notes, P42796 of the Neighborhood Defender Service. On behalf of Ms. Rebecca Jones, who's standing to my left, please tell the judge. Rebecca Jones.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Ready to proceed.
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is not present and I cannot proceed without your testimony.
For that reason, Your Honor, I ask the court to dismiss this case.
So ordered, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
I just need to dismiss the order, Mr. Notes.
I'm gonna fill out the order.
Okay.
Your Honor, you're wearing a gold shirt and black robe. Now, you wouldn't have to be a member of a certain fraternity.
No, sir.
Okay. So I was one. Oh, okay. I'll let you know. No fraternity would let me in anyway, so.
Sure they would. You haven't given us a try. We take good men. Well, let's see. First, we'll see first if we have plenty. We have plenty.
All right.
Who's my APA on Gerald Jones? That be you, Ms. Drain?
Oh, no, that is, Tuesday. I'll forget.
Okay. Good morning. Do you have witnesses on Gerald Jones?
I do, Judge, that they just got here. I'm speaking with the complainant right now.
Okay, so we have to get the defendant here. There was a mix up in the paperwork for whatever reason. He's not here yet, but we're gonna try to get him.
Okay. I follow. Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
How you doing, man? This is Robert. Can you get it ready for us? All right, I need to call, transport.
I got it on my.
I spoke with Mo, because Mo said that he's gonna try to speak with him.
Morning, Your Honor. Good morning. How you doing?
Good to see you, Judge.
Good to see you.
It's been down for a long time.
Down.
First, you're first, you're next up.
Good morning, Mayor. I have Alfred Johnson. He's in the hallway.
Thank you.
Hey, that's on the paper.
They did.
Because sometimes in the way they are.
But they did ask, so I keep it. Yeah, it's supposed to happen.
So what is the county saying about John?
They said they'll get them over as soon as possible. I just called transport. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. King.
Yes, sir.
We're what's the status?
Let me find out which king it was, the attorney of record.
There's some more of us out there?
There's a Kenneth J. King that's listed on ROA. That's attorney of record. So I'm
That's the
assuming.
attorney of record?
Yes, I'm assuming.
I'm not representing nobody. I don't know if I still know how to practice law. It's been so long, it's been over 18 years.
Yeah, I'm not sure, who's the actual attorney of record. It looks like it was appointed though, someone. But yeah, that's your name on the attorney of record.
What's up? Talking to me?
Talking to you.
Inside joke.
Let me check my caseload. I don't see an individual that last in my caseload. Have you excused, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Can we call the assignment clerk, because he may need to get an attorney. David. So I see attorney Donnie Silver. She was taking You need five. Okay.
Spoke her up, Judge. Now she's calling me.
Oh, ask her, is she Jalen Willis attorney?
Okay, I will.
Thank you. Let's do Ellsworth Johnson.
I have answers, Judge. Once, Ms. Gray becomes available.
Is she?
That case is already dismissed.
Why do I still have? it?
I don't know. We're wondering the same
There's
thing.
an issue?
I don't think so. That's why I need to talk to Ms. Gray.
No, we're good. Yes. Daniel Lynch.
Ms. Lynch, are you on Johnson? Ms. Lynch, are you on Johnson?
Yes, I am, sir.
Calling case 2456007, people of the state of Michigan versus Ellsworth Johnson. Defendant charged with count one assault, potential great bodily harm, unless the murder by strangulation, count two domestic violence.
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Lynch on behalf of the people. P84589.
Good morning, Charlotte Birchback from the Neighborhood Defender Service, P number 86740 on behalf of Mr. Johnson.
Your name, sir?
Elizabeth Johnson, Jr.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, the people are unable to move forward with the case as a complaining witness is not present.
And the defense would move for dismissal, Your Honor.
So, or what will dismiss this matter without prejudice?
Yep.
Who's this guy back here with all the hair?
That's Willis. Jalen Willis.
Oh, Mr. Willis?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Birchback, what are we waiting on your case?
I was just waiting on the dismissal order to give it to my client.
Oh. The doc still here?
He is, Sharon.
Let's have him step in.
Okay.
Ready, Mr. Doc?
Your Honor, as soon as I find where the prosecutor is.
She's on her break.
Now, there's very few people on this earth that can pull yellow off. I understand, Judge.
Alfonso Contreras.
Yeah. Your Honor.
Calling case 2055268, what state of Michigan versus Alfonso Contreras. Defendant is charged in count 1 aggravated stalking. Defendant has a conditional offense for the instance. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley, the people, number 60249.
And respectfully, Judge Jack Kenneth, P82492, appearing on behalf of Mr. Contreras, who stands to my left, your name for the record.
Alfonso Contreras, Your Honor.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed? How many witnesses? All right, call you witness.
I just want to speak with Cassandra Arola.
Morning, ma'am. Please step forward. Give your name and the spelling of your name to the young lady seated here.
favor?
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speaking to that microphone will be to your left. In fact, you can pick the base of that and place it in your lap once you see. We'll still have to see. Ms. Carter. Maybe begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name once again for the record. Sandra Ariola. All right.
Is that turned on? Do you see the red light on that?
Yes.
Over there, on the base of it.
I think so.
Maybe see.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If you don't understand something or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know. All right? Yeah. Okay. Do you have any children? Okay. How many children do you have? And who is the father of those children? All of them are sponsors. Okay, so that's what I want to ask you about. How old are your children with Mr. Alfonso? 6 and 7. Okay, and what is Alfonso's last name? Contreras. Okay, and you know him because he's the father of your children, is that correct? Yes. Okay, and do you see him in the courtroom here today? Yes. All right. For identification purposes for the court, could you indicate where he is and what he's wearing today? Sitting right there, wearing a flannel blue shirt. Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Please disregard the glasses, just with have identified the defendant.
So no.
Thank you. All right, when did your relationship begin? It officially began in 2015. Okay, and are you still in a relationship? With him now. Okay, and when did your relationship with him end? 2018, 2019. Okay, 2018 or 2019. Okay, so after your relationship ended, were there any, was everything fine or did you have any issues or problems? No, there were problems. Okay, what kind of issues and problems did you have? That's okay, you can take your time. It was just a lot of verbal abuse, a lot of there was moments where it was physical. Okay, let me ask you some specific questions. When you say that there was verbal abuse, what kind of verbal abuse are you speaking about? It would be like him telling me that he wouldn't hurt me, how I wasn't nothing or how I wasn't anybody here. Okay, when he said he was going to hurt you, did he say specifically how he was going to hurt you? Oh, can you just okay. Did you think he meant it? Yes. Why did you think he meant it? Because before the relationship ended, it was an abusive relationship. Okay, and when you say abusive, are you talking physical abuse? Yes. Okay, and what kind of physical abuse? What happened? Was she hitting? Okay, okay, just pushing and hitting? Yeah. Okay. Did you ever have to seek medical attention? Oh, okay. Okay. Did you make any police reports about what happened? I did. Okay, and why did you make those police reports? Okay, and what were you scared of specifically? Pretty bad to the point where I probably wouldn't even be here. Okay. How many police reports did you make? Only over. I wrote one in one. Okay, and when you make a police report, let's just say you made one police report, did you make that police report for just one incident that happened or for multiple incidents that happened? For the one incident. Okay, so did you make a police report then about everything that had happened? I started making them as started to get worse, not at that time, but further down the line when I had the courage to finally do it. Okay. And what do you mean, what you say as it, when it got worse? When we separated, it was just constantly like more more trying to manipulate stuff in that matter. Okay, when you say trying to manipulate, what are you speaking specifically? It would be more like we need you to prove this to me. Like, and, and that's why. Okay. So are you talking about what happened in the year 2019, or are you talking about after that? It was around that time. Okay. Other than making a police report and seeking help from the police, did you try to do anything else to stop the harassment? I didn't make a police report and ended up getting a PPO. Okay, you did end up getting a PPO. And when? I believe it was in 2020. Okay, was that January 1st, 2020? I don't remember the date that it was on. I just know the year. Okay, and when you got that PPO, what did you say or what did you write down for the allegations that you had to write down in order to get that PPO?
Wrote down how he would always text me or call me or drive by.
Okay. At any of those times, did you tell him that you didn't want to have any more contact with him and you didn't want to speak with him anymore?
I did multiple times.
Multiple times? Okay, did that stop him from contacting you?
No,
Okay, and when you say he drove by, was it driving by your house or your place of employment or school?
the house.
Okay, did you see him driving by the house?
Yes, I recorded it multiple times.
Okay, and did he say anything to you or stop at your house when he did that?
He would stop and drive slowly.
Okay, and how did that make you feel?
It
Scared? Okay. After you got the PPO, did that stop the behavior?
No,
What happened after you got the PPO?
it still continued.
Was it the same behavior?
Yes, it was still messages.
Okay. Did it ever stop?
Until I changed my number again to a certain point.
You said it didn't stop until you changed your number, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, when did you change your number?
I don't remember. I want to say in 2024, last year.
This is 2024,
I'm
March
sorry,
2023.
2023.
2023?
Yes.
Do you remember when in 2023?
No.
So things have still been going on since then? Okay. Have you made any other police reports?
No.
Why not?
I just felt like at that point, I just felt like he was right. Like no matter how many I made or what I say, so like it is a number, and then that was just it. No matter who I thought.
What do you mean when you say he was right?
Meaning, like the time, meaning the time that Alfonso would tell me that I didn't have, say so, or what I said didn't matter.
Okay. When was the last time that he tried to contact you? You remember?
Say that 2023 year.
Okay. And do you have any kind of parenting or child exchange at all?
No.
Okay. Who has custody of the children?
I have full custody of the girl.
Okay, so there's no reason they had any contact with him, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so you've indicated that in the year 2019, which led up to you getting the PPO, that's when most of the, is that right?
Yeah.
And it has still happened even after the PPO, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember any specific date? I mean, I realize that this was 4 years ago. Do you remember any specific dates or months?
No, it was just, honestly, it was just every month.
Okay. Was it like one call a day, one text a day, or a week, or more than that?
It would be more than that, it would be multiple. It would be multiple texts throughout the week.
Okay, I have no further questions this time.
Cross-examine.
Morning. Let me ask you some questions. Some of them may be similar to the ones you were asked, just slightly different. You said that he would send you text messages, is that correct?
Yes.
And you changed your phone number in 2023?
Yes,
Did you ever send those those text messages to the police or to the court that he sent you?
I believe so.
If you did, how?
I would make a police report, or I would call the police report line that they give you.
But did you actually ever show those text messages to a police officer or to a court officer or anybody else? Prosecutor?
No, the only one that's seen the text messages was, the person that helped me fill out the PPO.
Who helped you fill out the PPO?
I don't remember her name, but she worked in a clinic, a public clinic. She's like a attorney, I believe.
Did you go to court for your PPO?
No,
You didn't go to court.
no, I did not have,
So how did you know you got the PPO?
the paperwork, I received the paperwork.
Did you show the prosecutor in this courtroom any text messages?
No,
Did you show the police officers that came to your house any text messages?
yes,
Okay, do you remember when?
the date, no,
Was it somewhere around January 2020? You recall?
yes,
You said you recorded him. How did you record him?
the cameras,
Which cameras?
the cameras in my house,
Do you have a camera in your home?
I have cameras in my house.
And did you save those videos?
Yes,
Did you give them to anybody? Did you give them to the police officer that showed up that day? Did you show them to the prosecutor in this room at all? So you don't remember if you showed them to anybody or gave them to anybody?
the person that helped me fill out the PPO.
Do you remember this person's name?
Carmela,
I'm sorry, did you say Carmela?
Carmela,
You spell it? Or try to at least?
Camela.
And where was she located?
On 4th Street,
City?
Detroit,
Do you remember the name of the clinic?
Chad's Clinic,
I'm sorry.
Chad's Clinic.
How many times have you texted Mr. Contreras after these events?
Okay, fine.
Okay. And what did you say in those text messages?
Stop texting me, to leave me alone.
Anything else?
Remember?
You still remember the phone number you had before you changed it?
No,
You don't remember a phone number that you had for many years?
no,
You still have the text messages from that phone?
from my phone,
Yes. Before you changed your number.
I believe so.
Who's your cell phone provider? Private.
At that time, it was my first.
And your name?
Sandra.
Thank you. To visit Mr. Contreras at any time after these events. You don't remember if you went to his house? You don't remember texting him, you don't remember going to his house?
I remember it funny, like, messages, yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear you.
I remember replying to text messages, yeah.
When did you get sole custody of the children?
After he was removed from my house.
Around. Was it prior to December 2019?
Maybe it was a year before that, I don't remember.
You said he was removed. Who removed him?
Police officer.
Did you go to court to get custody?
No,
Then who gave you custody?
um, I didn't look for it.
So who gave you the custody of the children?
I was told that by law, the full custody was. That I had full custody of them because of the previous stuff that was happening. The advocate or the attorney that was helping me fill out the PPO.
At the clinic.
Yes.
She told you you had sole custody.
Yes,
And did you use this PPO in order to get sole custody?
no, I never.
Was this your way of getting sole custody?
I don't know what you mean, but
I'll rephrase the question. My question to you is, did you create this PPO and these reports so you can have sole custody?
no,
Do you still have the camera footage?
I'm not sure.
Did you bring those text messages to court today?
Send my email.
So you have that.
I have a lot of messages.
And all that you showed to two officers that were at your home on January 1, 2020, is that correct?
They emailed me text messages, yes.
They seen them, the police officers.
Yes.
Do you remember the police officers' names?
No,
And you showed the police officers a video?
no, they did not see the video.
The police officer didn't see the video?
No,
Are you sure about that? I'm gonna ask you one more time just to make sure that you're sure. You're sure the police officers that came on that date did not see any video? You don't remember? Okay. Just one more question. When's the last time you seen Mr. Contreras?
right now,
Before today?
right now?
I understand you see him right now. When's the last time you seen him before today?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? I don't have any more questions for this witness.
Can you redirect?
Yes, I just have one question. When you were asked certain questions, you made a statement after he was removed from my house. Who were you speaking of? What incident was that?
Your Honor, I was asked and answered. The cross is with respect to the incident. She can ask him who removed him. That was a question that was asked, but not asked.
What's your objection? Legal objection.
Well, Your Honor, there is an objection that this is a recross on questions that were already asked. She has to stay.
Recross? This is redirect.
I'm sorry, redirect as to the questions that were asked to stay within the realm of the question. She was already.
It is within the realm. I'm a little interested.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, can you answer that question? What was the situation surrounding him being removed from the house?
Do you remember why he was removed from the house?
For putting his hands on me?
Okay, who called the police?
My younger sister.
Okay, and do you remember when this happened? Or what year? Or if it was before or after you got the PPO?
It was before.
Before, okay. And do you remember, you said he put his hands in, do you remember what he did specifically?
Yes. He punched me in the back of my neck.
Okay, and did he do anything else or say anything during that time?
Yes. Put a gun in my face.
You put a gun into your face? Yeah, was it that day?
That same day that he did that he punched me. Yes.
Okay, and, do you remember what that gun looked like? Yeah, what did it look like?
It looked wrong. I don't know guns. I don't like guns.
Okay. How did you feel when you put the gun in your face?
Scared.
Did he say anything when he put the gun in your face? Okay. Had you ever seen him with this gun before, or any gun? You don't know? Okay. So when that happened and the police removed him, did you make a report about that? Did you tell anyone about that at that time?
Taking a report.
Okay. Was that while they were there at your house?
Yes.
Okay, and did you tell them about the gun?
Yes.
Okay. And were you injured when he hit you in the back of your neck? Were you shaking your head no, or are you just still thinking about it? I just don't want to think about it. You don't want to think about it? Okay, one more minute. All right, no further questions at this time.
All right. Ma'am, you said that the defendant would ride past your home in the vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
How long had you dated or involved with the defendant? How many years? All right, so are you familiar with the kind of car that he drove? What kind of car did he drive? Okay. And how often would you drive by your home? Let's say in a day or in a week. Okay. How many times a day would you receive phone calls or text messages from?
Every day or every other day.
You had a child in common with him, is that right?
Yes.
How old is the child now?
There's 6 and 7.
Oh, it's children, 6 and 7. Was any of those text messages in reference to the children, speaking to them or anything? Or seeing them? Or were they always about you?
They would always be about me.
You never asked about the children?
He would involve them in the conversation, but not in that way.
You said that you didn't remember if you went to his house. Why would you go to his house? If you did. For what reason?
Make everything. Oh.
To make everything stop?
At the time, I
You said you changed your phone number. Did you still live in the same place?
Yeah.
So you changed your phone number, but you didn't change your address.
No.
And you have any idea what caused the defendant to stop contacting you, besides the change of the number? He didn't continue to ride by your house, did he? And I think the question was asked, I don't remember the answer. When was the last time you saw the defendant? Or had any contact with him?
I don't,
So it wasn't this year, right?
it's 2024, no.
How about in 2023? Any time last year?
Yes.
Okay. Remember with the month, the season?
No.
Don't remember the month or the season? How did you come in contact with him?
If it was Facebook, it would be through my mom.
You don't remember if that was before Christmas, during Christmas, after Christmas? Okay. Any questions based on my question?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. Any other witnesses for the people?
No other witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
None for the defense, Your Honor.
People?
Sir, I would move to bind over and charge with one minor change. It is specifically charged, the statute is exactly the same. I would just change the wording that is listed on the information. Instead of this PPO being based on instead of this aggravated stalking charge being based on a PPO, I would move to amend it to the course of conduct included making of one or more threats against the complainant. And I would like to.
Your Honor, and the reason the people are doing it is they don't have. This entire case was based on the fact that he violated a personal protection order that I can't seem to find, and neither can the people. Moreover, Your Honor, they're attempting to amend, at the very most, if they're removing the fact that he violated a PPO under, which would be under Section 2A, one of the actions constituting the offense in violation of the restraining order that he received actual notice of would lead to a felony harassment or stalking.
Well, she's amended that, so
we're not. The reason I'm stating that is that at this point, based on her testimony, I don't believe there is enough evidence to bind him over as charged as to the felony itself.
Sure.
Your Honor, this witness has testified that, and I do not have a video to submit, but she did testify and went into length as to who she spoke with. And them helping her to get to the video, so that at least she was reaching out for continued help after she had already made police reports about what had happened. Essentially, she said she had a relationship with the defendant. They have 2 children in common. The relationship was not working out, and because she said there was abuse, there was physical abuse. The relationship ended. She stated on multiple occasions that she told him she didn't want any further contact. She stated that he has continued to contact her. Now, this was actually, this was based on a PPO from January 1st of 2020. So I asked her a lot of questions about what happened before that. And she testified. She told him she didn't want any further contact. He continued to call her, continued to text her, continued to drive by I asked her if she felt scared, and she was scared. That's why she made the police report. She was scared because he had assaulted her before. Now, later on in the testimony, she did testify that, yes, he was removed from her home. Why was he removed from her home? Because her sister called the police because he had hit her in the back of the neck, and then he pulled a gun on her. So she did say she made a police report about that, but when I asked further questions, she didn't want to think about it. She didn't want to talk about it. This is obviously a very difficult and painful situation for her. I think she answered the questions as best as she could. I realize this was a long time ago, but she was very clear. She told him contacting her. There is a repeated course of conduct by the defendant. And specifically, she was asked a number of times, did it stop then? Did it stop in 2019, 2020? No. He contacted her last year in 2023. So this has not stopped. He will not stop contacting her. So based on that, Your Honor, I'm asking that the court find this over.
Okay, so this is probably a little more difficult than I anticipated. I was fully expecting to see a personal protection order that was in effect at the time. I'm hearing that none can be found. So then I hear about text messages not been produced. Look, there are voicemails that have not been produced. All I have is Ms. Ariola saying that the defendant has been repeatedly contacting her and that there's nothing to verify that that is in fact the case other than her word. And then when she pressed further about more information, she doesn't want to think about it. There's hardly anything, she can't remember any dates as to when this happened. She admits to going by his home, trying to get him to stop. If this allegation of him assaulting her and then assaulting her with the gun, then I would probably have seen him well before today. The police were called. Don't understand why that didn't result in a charge of felonious assault, domestic violence at the time. I can't specifically date that anything happened other than he rides by my house and slows down. He calls, he texts. She says that none of that, she says that all of that information was turned over to the police. But none of that has been presented to this court. I have a feeling that something has happened between them that really made the relationship go solid. But in terms of an aggravated stalking, I don't even think people have presented one or more criminal threats. That we are, it's a shame because I do believe something happened. But what, as it relates to these charges, I can't tell. That reason, of course, we dismiss this matter insufficient evidence. Thank you. I'm going to caution the defendant, Mr. Contreras, to stay away from him. You understand? I didn't consider the misdemeanor stalking. People have not shown an aggravated stalking. But that kind of falls in line with what I was saying in terms of I don't see an aggravated stalking, but perhaps there is a misdemeanor stalking. court will consider that. I will amend count one to just start, What is the statute for that?
Statute 750.411H.
Okay. Thank you. So that's gonna go before Judge Garrett, 36th District Court. We'll get you a pretrial date just.
I will let him know, Your Honor. I've just had a call from you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Nelson, you okay today?
I am, Your Honor.
So you, looking like you had a little shoulder issue back there.
I do have a crick in my neck.
That's Nelson's case.
Oh, no. Jelani Ellis, calling case 2456058 for the state of Michigan versus Jelani Diocese Ellis. It's charged with count one of domestic violence, third incident. Variances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Dinah Lynch on behalf of the people, P84589. Good morning, Your Honor. Sophia Nelson of Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of Mr. Ellis, P77960. Mr. Ellis is present with me in court today. Mr. Ellis, could you state your name for the record?
Jelani Ellis.
Date and date time set for preliminary examination, ready to proceed.
Your Honor, the people are unable to proceed with the prosecution of the defendant as the complaining witness is not present. The defense would move to dismiss, Your Honor, and also ask that the order for removal of the tether be sent out to the tether offices. Mr. Ellis is currently on the tether.
The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. The dismissal order should take care of the tether.
We do have Carol Jones upstairs, the one we were kind of, he's here.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Is Mr. Bergman here?
Attorney's not here, yeah.
Okay. Just by Reginald Jones. Ms. Cross. Quick question, did we ever get an attorney for?
Ms. Carl said she's going to do it.
I'm gonna handle it.
Are you gonna do the exam? Or exam today?
I don't believe that people are ready to proceed.
Oh. Okay. Let's do Jalen Willis. Where is Mr. Willis?
He's up.
Okay.
Mr. Willis? I want you to go stand next to the young lady right here.
This is Ms. Gray's case.
Okay, wait a minute. Do you guys have the Willis file on? Mr. Drain, you ready to go on Willis?
Yes.
Calling case 2358558, people of the state of Michigan versus Jalen Deshaun Willis. Defendant is charged with count 1 home invasion, first degree, count 2 assault with intent to degrade bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation, count 3 domestic violence. Defendant has an additional 33rd offense.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Grant, the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sarah Kraus, P 81830. I'm standing in for the attorney of record, Gabby Silver, from Mr. Willis, who is present to my right. Mr. Willis, can you state your name for the court, please?
Jalen Willis. There's the date time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness was notified of today's date time of the hearing. She is not present, Your Honor. I cannot proceed without her.
Defense would move to dismiss this matter, Judge.
So order, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Okay, Mr. Willis.
81830.
Yeah, he's gonna. Okay.
Arthur Jackson.
Right here.
Calling case 2455870, people of the state of Michigan versus Arthur J. Jackson. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with intent to degrade bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation, count 2 domestic violence. Defendant has an additional experience for work.
Good morning, Your Honor. Madison Oro, on behalf of the people, requesting permission under MCR 8.20B under the supervision of Attorney Shelley Grant.
Commissioner Grant.
Hey, please, this court, Your Honor, Ben Werbling, P 64889 on behalf of the defendant. Your full name for the record, sir? Arthur J. Jackson.
Today's the date time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready?
People are not ready to proceed in this matter. The complaining witness was notified of today's time and date of the preliminary examination, and they are not. So we are.
those reasons, Judge, we move for a dismissal.
So ordered, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. I need to dismiss the order.
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Thank you.
It looks like Mr. Jones is up.
Jones? I have a seat next to your attorney until they call the case.
You guys have the Jones file? You guys have the Jones file?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you have a file?
Sorry.
Calling case 2455881, people of the state of Michigan versus Gerald Frederick Jones. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, 3rd degree, person 13 through 15. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, 3rd degree, person 13 through 15. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, 3rd degree, person 13 through 15. Count 4, children distributing sexually explicit visual or verbal matter to. Count 5, children distributing sexually explicit visual or verbal matter to. Count 6, computers used to commit a crime, maximum imprisonment of 2 years or more, but less than 4 years. Count 7, computers used to commit a crime, maximum imprisonment of 2 years or more, but less than 4 years. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tiffany, what is Good morning, Your Honor. Sarah Kraus, P81830, appearing on behalf of Gerald Jones, who's present to my left. Mr. Jones, can you state your name for the court, please?
Today's the date time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
We are, Judge.
How many witnesses?
1 witness, Judge.
Any preliminary matters before you call the witness?
I would just ask for no witnesses to be present.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time. Also, for the people here in court, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm asking you to step out in the hallway until further notice. There doesn't appear to be any witnesses in the courtroom. Where you call your witness?
Yes, Judge. I would like to call Kayla Perryman. And Judge, just to be noted, the OIC is here in his house.
Any objection to the OIC remain?
No objection.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning. Please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady seated there. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Can't hear you. Okay, please have a seat up here next to me in the witness box. How old are you? Okay. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speaking to that microphone that will be to your left, okay? To your left. You may begin when you're ready.
Thanks, Judge. Could you please state your name again for the record?
Hi, Granny.
Ayla, what is your date of birth?
March 31st, 2008.
And that makes you how old today?
15.
How do you know Gerald Jones? What's that?
Cousins.
A blood cousin?
No.
So what do you mean by cousin?
Like,
Do you see Gerald Jones in the courtroom today?
yes.
Could you point to Mr. Jones and describe the clothing he's wearing?
Green shirt.
May the record reflect that the witness is identified as the defendant.
So no.
So Kayla, let's go back to April, March of 2023. Did anything happen between you and Mr. Jones during that time?
Yes.
And where did that happen?
And my auntie, my house.
Where do you know your Auntie Bonnie's address?
Yes.
What's that address?
1924 Calvert.
Do you know what city that's in?
Deansville, Michigan.
How often would you stay at your Aunt Bonnie's?
Immediately.
Would you spend the night there?
Yes.
So tell us about the first time that something happened between you and Mr. Jones.
I was at their house, sleep on the couch. And he came over to see me.
Okay, so when you say you were at her house asleep on the couch, where was the couch located?
In the front room.
And do you remember if this was the morning, afternoon, or nighttime?
Nighttime, 4 a.m.
Okay. And then you said he came over to you. Who was he?
George Jones.
Okay, so what did Mr. Jones do when he came over to you?
Came over by me, started thinking me. They my body.
Okay, so let's back up a little bit. So you said that Mr. Jones fingered you. What do you mean by that?
He put his fingers in my body part.
And when you say he put his fingers in your body part, what body part did he put his fingers in?
Yeah, pussy.
And did he insert his fingers how far in?
Not that far. Halfway in.
And what did it feel like?
It hurt me.
And what was his finger doing when it was in your pussy?
Going in and out.
Did he say anything to you when he was doing this?
No.
And then what other body part of Mr. Jones's body touched yours?
His lips and his neck.
So what did Mr. Jones's lips do? What did they touch on your body?
My lips.
And what did Mr. Jones's dick, what part of Mr. Jones's dick touched your body?
My body part.
What body part?
My pussy.
Okay. So when you say Mr. Jones's dick touched your pussy, what do you mean by that?
It went inside.
His dick went inside your pussy?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Hold on, just for a second. Do you know another word for the words you just used? Have you ever heard the word penis?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll say penis instead. Have you ever heard the word vagina?
Yes.
And we'll use those words, okay?
so when Mr. Jones's penis was inside your vagina, what was he doing with his body?
Pushing his penis inside out.
And what did that feel like?
It hurt a little bit.
And how long did that last? Was anyone home at that time? Was anyone else home?
No, maybe I was asleep.
So did any other part of Mr. Jones's body touch your body?
No.
Did any other part of your body touch his body during this first time?
Only my lips.
And your lips touched what part of his body? Okay. At some point, did Mr. Jones stop?
Yeah.
Do you know why Mr. Jones stopped?
I do not.
The first time?
Last time.
Okay, so let's go back to the very first time when he was still having his penis in your vagina. Did he stop having his penis in your vagina at any time? Do you know why he stopped? Okay, so we're still talking about the very first time.
I guess the question she's asking is, the very first time when this happened with you, how did it end? He did what? He would jump?
Okay,
I didn't hear that.
she's saying he was drunk.
He was drunk.
And Josh, I'm having a very hard time hearing Ms. Perryman. I know this is difficult for her, but I'm wondering if she can turn to face Ms. Woods. It's very difficult for me to hear and see her facial expressions.
As long as she's talking into the microphone, you should be able to hear. Can you pull that microphone down, speak directly into that for us?
Yeah.
Is that better?
Okay, so Kayla, how many times did Mr. Jones stick his finger into your vagina?
2 or 3 times.
Okay. And how many times did Mr. Jones stick his penis into your genital opening or your vagina?
More than 10 times.
Okay. So where did all of these incidents happen?
In my house, my kids were out on the couch.
Okay. Did all of the incidents happen at that same place?
Yes.
Do you remember the last time Mr. Jones touched you?
November 12th. 2020.
So what happened that time?
He was fingering me, he came over, he was taking my mouth.
So you said he stuck his penis into your mouth?
Yeah.
What was his penis doing when it was in your mouth?
It was going in and out.
Do you know how long that lasted for?
Like 5 minutes.
And was there any other time between the months of March and April to November of 2023 that Mr. Jones stuck his penis in your mouth other than that last time?
No, ma'am.
So it was just the one time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the very last time, was there, what other body parts touched, Mr. Jones's body parts touched your body parts?
Just his penis, his lips, and his finger, that's it.
Did his penis touch any other body part other than your vagina?
No, ma'am.
Did his penis touch any other body part other than your mouth?
No, ma'am.
So the very last time, let's talk about that for a minute. So when you were laying on the couch, you had testified that he had stuck his penis in your mouth, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he do next?
He started fingering me.
So he stuck his fingers into your vagina?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then after he did that, what did he do next?
He stuck his finger in my private part. Vagina.
Did he stick it in any other private part, his penis?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember if he had stuck his penis in your anal opening?
Objection, lady.
Sustained.
So, like,
What's that?
basically,
Do you recall if any other body part, do you recall if Mr. Jones's penis touched any other part of your body other than your vagina? Any other private area?
no, ma'am.
Okay, so when Mr. Jones's, penis was in your vagina the very last time, what else happened? What happened next?
Basically,
Did he say anything to you when this was happening?
no, ma'am.
Did you say anything to him?
No, ma'am.
Do you know why he stopped?
I told him to snitch.
You did what?
I told him I was gonna snitch.
You told him you were gonna snitch?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what did he do?
He texted the phone and told me not to.
What?
He texted the phone and told me not to.
He texted the phone and did what?
He texted the phone and told me not to.
Okay, so whenever you had told him that you were gonna tell, did he do anything else?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So Did you ever see Mr. Jones outside of your grandma's house? Or your auntie Bonnie's house?
Anytime we outside, not to my house, I was with my mom, was still shot her.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Anytime, you know, I'm in the car, my mom was still be right at the house.
Did you have any other conversations with Mr. Jones any other way?
No, ma'am.
How did you communicate with him when you were not at your own farms?
I would communicate.
What's that?
I would communicate.
Right. So maybe approach. I mean, I approached them.
Yeah.
So Judge, I'm gonna approach with exhibit number 1. It says CP, I don't want to read it because of the.
Okay.
Hey, let's you recognize who this is?
The video Joe,
Is it video of what? How did you get this video?
Is it,
Communicated with them before on your number?
yeah.
So how did you get this? How?
Such true. Take not. Take not.
Judge, I asked straight. So is this an accurate depiction of what he sent you? Do you remember when he sent you this? That it asked to.
Any objection?
Judge, I would object to this as to the lack of foundation. I don't believe a proper foundation has been set. She doesn't remember when she got it. She knows it came on a phone. She doesn't know what phone number. So I would object at this time.
So what phone did this come from? A light was on my open lady.
So it's your phone?
No, the other one.
Okay, so it was your phone. And you didn't happen, do you remember? Not where the time the assault occurred? Remember what month? They happened between that timeline.
Objection, lady.
What timeline?
Did it happen last year, in 2023?
Yes.
Judge, I asked you to admit the publish.
All right, satisfying my response. All
Sure, Judge.
right, admit it. Want to see the spouse?
Okay, great. So why don't you take a look at this? Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are we looking at?
Joe Jones.
And what is this about?
Him and Matt.
How did you get this?
He sent it to my text.
He sent it to you on your phone text now? You remember he
sent this to you in 2023. Judge, I asked you.
Any objection?
No objection for exam purpose only, Judge.
Admitted.
So Kayla, did he send you any other videos other than those two?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever ask you to send him videos?
Yes, I reject.
And when he asked you to send him those videos, how would he do that?
He was running back and forth.
When he would tell you this to send the videos, how would he tell you that?
He's going back and forth. And I say no.
What's that? Could you repeat that?
Going back and forth. I say no.
Okay, so was this in person?
No, text.
So you were communicating with him through text messages?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, Judge. So Kayla, did you tell anyone after the first time this happened?
No.
Okay, and when did you finally tell someone?
I told mom last week.
Okay. And what made you decide to tell your mom?
Because she asked me about my brother. I told her why.
Why didn't you tell anyone sooner?
Because I was scared. Yeah. Could happen. I was younger than 6 or 7.
And that was with someone, this wasn't with Mr. Jones, though, correct?
Correct.
No further questions, Judge.
Ayla, I just have a couple questions for you, okay? Your Aunt Bonnie's house, was that a two-story flat?
A 2-family flat.
Two-family flat? And where would you stay when you lived there?
1924 Calvert.
What floor would you stay on of the flat?
The 6th floor upstairs.
Second floor? And who all lives on the second floor upstairs?
Joe, my brother, my crew, Charmaine, and Tara, and Tam.
What about your Aunt Bonnie?
She's downstairs.
Was this flat a very big flat?
A little bit, but at the same time.
So it's kind of medium?
Yeah.
That seems to be a lot of people staying there for a medium-sized house, right? Did you have a room when you went over there?
Nope.
No, you stayed on the couch?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said this began in March or April, right?
Yes.
Okay. It didn't happen in August and October?
No, ma'am.
And you said you would not communicate with Gerald when you weren't at your Aunt Bonnie's, is that right?
Correct.
And you're aware that the police took your white phone, is that right?
Yeah, I was doing it.
You know they took it?
Yeah, because I'm going to get to college.
And it's true that you text with Gerald a lot.
True.
That is true?
True.
Okay. And you would talk about all types of sexual things with Gerald, is that true?
True.
I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
Can you read her?
One moment, Judge.
So, Kayla, did you have any fear of anyone in the household?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any fear of Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And why is that?
I'm scared a little bit, just a little bit.
Did Mr. Jones ever threaten you?
The other night.
I'm gonna object to this, Judge. This goes beyond the scope of my cross-examination.
Well, she was asking about who was living in the home and text messages and things of
Did we
that
get
sort.
into direct stuff?
No, Judge.
Was the question asked, why didn't you tell, or something like that?
Yes.
And she mentioned that she
She was
scared,
being, yes, I'm trying to get into why she didn't tell, Judge.
so it kind of links into that.
So you had just testified there was a knife. What do you mean by that?
He had 3 color knives. One was red, black, I forgot what color it was.
So what happened with the knife?
He had it in his pocket every night.
Did he ever threaten you with the knife?
Objection leading.
Tell the court what happened with, when Mr. Jones had the knife with him, did anything ever happen?
Once, only once.
And tell us what happened.
I told him I would tell him, then he said, he put a knife out. He said, you can tell I'm gonna cut you.
When Mr. Jones pulled the knife out, where did he put the knife? And do you remember how big the knife was? Can you turn around and show Judge and show everyone how big the knife is? So Judge, I don't know if that looks like about 4 to 6 inches, 5 inches.
Probably about 5 or 6 inches.
And when Mr. Jones put the knife to your throat, what did he say?
Tell him cut you.
What's that?
You tell him cut you.
He said if you tell he's gonna cut you. Were you afraid?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think he was gonna cut you with that knife?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Anything else?
Yes, Judge.
Kaya, what month did that happen in?
In April.
In April? And you kept going to your Aunt Bonnie's, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you kept talking to Gerald, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you say he had 3 different colored knives, can you describe all of those knives?
They was all the same size, but I forgot to color these.
Okay, so what color was the one that was produced here?
Red and black.
It was a folding knife?
Yes.
And where did it come from?
The gas station.
Were you with him when he got it?
No.
Where did he pull it from when he held it to your throat? He was still wearing his pants at that time?
Yeah, she was.
So it was in his shorts pocket?
Yes.
And what side of his pocket did he pull it from?
Left.
Left? And what hand was he holding it in? This was the only time that ever happened.
Correct.
And do you remember going to Kids Talk?
Yes.
And you spoke to a woman about these incidents?
Yes.
Okay. And you never told her about Gerald pulling a knife on you, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Why not? You forgot? Why'd you smile when I said that? You don't know? Did you ever tell your mom that Gerald pulled a knife on you?
Yeah, I told her the same day. She asked me.
And when you say he held it to your throat, where was he? Can you describe that for me? Can you show us what he did? And for the record, Judge, she's holding her left hand directly in front of her throat.
So no.
I have nothing further, thank you. Judge, I do have one to clarify one thing, Judge. So you were you remember doing the kids talk, Kayla?
Yes.
Do you remember if they asked you if Mr. Jones ever threatened you?
They actually.
They did? Thanks, Judge.
Thank you. You may step. We have witnesses for the people.
No, Judge.
Witnesses for the people.
No, Judge, thank you.
People.
Judge, you could ask me to bind over on all counts, Judge. However, in regards to count number 3, we would ask that to be changed to fellatio from this, opening to fellatio. And then if you find probable cause, we also ask you to add count 8 for the felonious assault in regards to the knife. Judge, the witness does come off as credible. You can see that the defendant was sending her videos of him masturbating. Even talking about the assault, although she said she forgot to mention it in kids talk, she said she did disclose that to her mother on the day that she disclosed of the incident. She said that he threatened her with the knife, but when her knife was to her throat, he had said he would cut her if she told anyone. She told you that she was afraid and also believed that he was going to cut her with that knife. So based on her credible testimony, Judge, I'd ask you to amend that one count, add count 8 to the police assault, and bind him over on all the rest of the counts. Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Kraus.
Judge, I would object to bind over without argument at this time.
All right, court, after hearing the testimony, Ms. Young, Ms. Perry, is satisfied the people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to all the charges contained in the complaint warrant, as well as the added charge of felonious assault. Court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit, and court finding probable cause to believe this defendant committed them, will bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be March 25th, 2024 at 9:00 a.m.
Thank you, Judge. I'm sorry, Judge, not March 25th?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Stand back here.
Ms. Bates.
Yes, Judge.
How are you?
How are you?
Doing good. Okay, what?
I just need to have Judge sign this order.
Alphonse Watts.
Yes, sir.
Calling case 2155099, for the state of Michigan versus Shalfonte Anita Watts. Defendant is charged in count one assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count two domestic violence. Experiences for the record, please. I don't think that prosecutor.
Gentlemen, please step outside and see if the stranger is seven.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Are you covering Watts?
Yes.
Appearance for the record, please.
Good morning, your afternoon, I don't know what time it is anymore, Your Honor. Madison Oral, on behalf of the people requesting permission under MCR 8.0B under the supervision of Attorney Shelley Green.
Commissioner Grant.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Melanie Bates, 76080, attorney on behalf of Michelle Fonte Watts, who is to my left. State your name for the record. Michelle Fonte Watts.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, the people are not ready to proceed in this matter. We notified the complainant that this is of today's date and time of the examination, and they are not here. So I'll be able to proceed.
Your Honor, I will declare dismissal.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You know, I see Ms. Barrett.
Yeah, I believe she's talking with her client.
Okay. Have a step in. Hey, Ms. Barrett.
Oh, wow, Judge, I like that coat. I like that coat. This is the roof.
I'm actually wearing navy blue.
Oh, wow, you did that just for me, right?
Calling case 24541, people of the state of Michigan versus Myri Capri County. I'm here. Capri County. Defendant is charged in count one assault with a dangerous weapon, count two assault with a dangerous weapon, count three knowingly assault or assault and battery of pregnant woman, count four domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Madison Oral on behalf of the people requesting permission under MCR 8.20B under the supervision of Attorney Shelley Green.
Commissioner Grant.
Good morning, Judge. Melita Beard on behalf of Amir Conley. Judge, I had a chance to talk to Ms. Conley about her right to a preliminary exam, probable cause hearing, she wants to.
All right, we'll get you guys to sign the binder. Conley, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Put your hand down. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination by waiving the same. That means you won't have one. You'll be bound over to Wayne County Federal Circuit Court as you stand charged with complaint one. You understand that? You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination? You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime they charged with was committed in the city of Detroit that was probable cause of believing you committed it? Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No.
Is anyone promised you? Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily? Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor.
Court finds that this waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely given. The court will therefore find the defendant over to the Wayne County Federal Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. Her arraignment on the information date and time will be April 1st. I'm sorry. Yeah, April 1st, 2024 at 9:00 a.m.
All right, Judge,
Yes.
she has a tether on,
Okay.
and she works at the Coney Island. And the boss at the Coney Island is not giving her hours because she can't work on the weekend with the tether on. She has a 1-year-old child and she's a support. So we're asking if the court would remove the tether. So,
Why not just adjust the tether an hour?
well, Judge, you know, I would take that, but I would ask for removal. She doesn't have a reason to have contact with this particular individual. And I talked to her about that and I explained to her what she does. She did end up in jail. So she lives with her mother and her aunt. They help her, but she's not able.
Let's adjust the other now. So you want to work weekends as well?
Yes.
What time do you work? Okay, Ms. Barry, send me an order to that effect,
Okay, you want to email them?
allowing her to, a proposed order,
Okay.
allowing her to work on weekends as well.
Okay. Do you have one? I just need to put those times.
It's right up there. Yeah, that's right.
Put that on. I'm gonna put it on. The bond. Okay. Right. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Dupree here? Here. Hey, young man, how you doing? Good, where you been at? Where? How are you doing up for that? My students. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah.
Morning, Judge.
Dupree, how are you, sir?
Fine, how you doing?
All right. Ready on Buckingham?
Yes, Your Honor.
Calling case 2260830, people of the state of Michigan versus Myopia Rain Buckingham. Kenneth charged in count 1 assault with intent to do great bodily harm, misdemeanor, murder, or by strangulation. Count 2 assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3 assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4 domestic violence. Count 5 assault or assault and battery. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green, for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge. May it please this most honorable court, match 3K0132, attorney for the defendants, your name, please, ma'am.
Myopia Buckingham.
Case date, time, set the preliminary examination. I think ready to proceed. How many witnesses for the people?
One possibly two.
All right, any preliminary matters before you call witnesses?
Not the defense, Your Honor.
All right, call your witness.
To defend the people's call for nation night.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Okay. Voice up nice and loud and speaking to that microphone to your left. Once you sit down. May begin when you're ready.
Thank you. All right, good morning. Please state your name for the night. All right, Ms. Knight, I'm going to be asking you some questions. If you don't understand something or if you want to repeat it, please let me know, all right? Okay. I want to bring your attention back to the date of December 1st of the year 2022. Do you remember that date? Yeah. Okay, and what did you do in it?
My daughter had dance practice.
Okay, so what is your daughter's name?
Chicago Light.
How do you spell that?
JAKYLA.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so that daughter had dance practice.
Yeah.
How old is she? How old was she at that time?
At the time she was 13.
Okay. All right, so she had dance practice. Did she go to the dance practice?
Yes, she did.
Okay, so how did you do that?
Usually when she goes to dance practice, we always go over to Nikita's house until her practice is over. So this day I went after practice. And I went to go check on her because she had just told me
Let me stop you there. So this day you went after the practice and you went somewhere?
Yeah,
So
I went to Nikita's house. I picked up my daughter and with my other daughter, Nikita Jackson.
Okay.
And we went to her house.
Okay, so it's yourself, Nikita, and Chicago.
Chicago, yeah.
Chicago. And you went to Nikita's house.
Yeah.
What's Nikita's last name?
Buckingham.
And how do you know Nikita?
We called her Rain.
Okay.
I know her because we had a sexual relationship.
Okay. So you went to her house, and why did you go to her?
Because my daughter's practice has always been like up the street from her.
Okay.
So, I always, like a few times out the week, would either be at her house or she'd be at my house.
Okay, so this is what you normally do? Okay, and, how old is Nikita?
Nikita at the time was only 15.
Oh. Okay, so when you went there that day, what happened?
Like I said, we had went over there because that's what we usually do. And on top of, I was worried about her because she was telling me like, she was telling me like how she get abused by her child's father. And, he has supposed to like, they pushed her down the steps, broke in her house and.
And who said this to you?
Nikita.
Okay. All right. Talk to her about that?
No, actually that happened prior to. So I know she has like a lot of domestic violence, so we either go over there and chill around the regular, but like if we didn't hear from each other in like 24 hours, sometimes I either popped up at her house or she popped up at my house.
Okay.
So, yeah, so we pulled up in front of the house. I put my purse and stuff in the car and me and my kids went in. Well, we didn't go in, we went up to her door. And she had the rain down, so she see us when we pull up in front of her house. So, we went to the doorbell and we knew the kids were up, so we came to the window.
Okay, and when you say you knew the kids, who are you referring to?
Her 5 children.
Her 5 children, okay. And who could you see in the window?
We just seen the shadows of the kids, like in the front room, like with all and stuff, so they like be up there, playing and eating snacks and everything.
Okay, and do you know, how old her children were at that day?
They all range from the ages, I think the oldest is like 10, so 10 is the oldest, and I think, the youngest might be like 5 or 6.
Okay, all right, so you see the shadows of the kids in the window.
So we were coming up the ring camera, and of course she seen us when we pulled it up. So we come up the ring camera, and we was like knocking at the door and stuff, and she didn't come to the door. So I was still on the porch playing at the door, covering it up, and I'm like, I know she see me out there. Of course she can hear me through the camera. But my kids went to the side door, and we were ringing her other side door camera. And she came to the door, and she had spoken to my kid, and she let them in. I was still at the front door. And then I heard her say, "Where's your mama?" So when I heard her say, "Where's your mama?" So I heard her over there talking to the kids. I came around to the side door on the side of the house. And as soon as I got to the door, she was like, when I was walking back, because the way her door is, like, the way it opens is a tight squeeze in the doorway. So if you push it, you can't push the door back because the steps right there. So you have to come in, step down her basement steps, and then close the door to go upstairs.
Okay.
So when we were right there in the doorway, she was like, "You ain't give me a kiss." And I'm like, look, like what? 'Cause we never like kissed or anything from our kids. So, so I kind of figured at that point she was drinking. So we go in and go in the kitchen, and we stand in the kitchen, her kids came in, they spoke and everything, and, her son gave me a hug. So when we sat in the kitchen, she was on the phone with her sister, and she was right there drinking, I think, because I seen cups and stuff out on the counter.
Okay, what did you see on the counter?
I think cups and stuff on the counter, but she was definitely on the phone with her sister.
Okay. And when you say drinking, do you mean just drinking any kind of
She
beverage
kept,
or?
she kept alcohol.
Okay.
A different selection.
Okay.
Yeah. So she was on the phone with her sister, and when they were on the phone, she had said that she told her that I was there, and I spoke other things. I said hi, and then I don't know what else was said on the other end, but I did overhear personally like when missionary found me that I was on her. So, and she left all the way later. So, she got a phone. And I don't quite remember, but it was something like that, kind of like the backwards or whatever. She had brought up, I think that I wasn't responding back to her messages or something prior to a couple of days, before that. And I told her, I was like, because when you get worked up sometimes, like when we talking about different stuff, we have a disagreement or something. I'm like, it can be the smallest little thing. I'm like, you don't know how to like stop and just relax, like let stuff go or whatever. Like you just keep pushing and pushing. I said, I keep telling you, like, you need to work on your anger, like calm down and then come back to it and talk or whatever.
And is that how you really felt?
Yeah, we had conversations like that all the time. Like to tell her like pretty much like if she don't know how to control her anger, I'm like literally 48 priors too. I told that girl, you need to learn how to control your anger, because sometimes you're gonna end up locked up and took away from your kids. Because she would tell me stories about how if her baby daddy was dating another person, how she'd go over his house and trash and throw the trash all in his front yard. Or like how recently she just found out that he was dating a new girl and the girl had 5 kids and she was at her baby daddy house and she got so mad because one of the kids used her kid's toothbrush. Where she popped up at her kid's school and was going off and making a scene. And I was like, Brian, you gotta stop that. You're a mother. Okay.
Judge, I'm gonna object here as to, I mean, insofar as this impacted the relationship or background of the person on objection.
What's the legal objection?
I guess that it's a prior act, bad act that I wasn't given notice of under the rule. So it's being used to show a pattern of behavior and objection is sufficient for that.
I don't think.
Fair enough.
I know too.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so, so you explained how you felt about her behavior to her, is that correct?
Yeah, it's a door.
Okay, so this isn't the first time you discussed it.
Yeah.
Right?
So that's pretty much what I was referencing.
Okay, so what happens next?
I was telling her how my kid's godfather didn't know that she was a twin. And I was telling her the conversation of what we had, and I'm like, he was like, this whole time he came over here and did work on your house. I'm so sorry, I think that was awful. How he did work on your house and how much you been over our house, that he didn't know he was a twin. And he was asking me what kind of twin you are. And he was like, are they like, exactly the same? Like, I wouldn't be able to tell Rain from her other sister. And I was like, no. I said, they were born at the same time, pretty much a couple minutes apart. But Rain has locks and her sister don't have locks, but she wear wraps and all that stuff. And she was like, she kept saying, she's like, we are the same, we are the same. And I was like, yeah, y'all were born at the same time, but y'all are different. You both are unique, you know what I'm saying, like different. And she kind of like got real bothered of saying like, we are the same and everything to when she was cussing. She was like, people did that my whole life. Like they called me the fat sister and she's the skinny sister. And I'm like, Rain, like I'm not doing that. What I was doing was I was explaining to you how I described it to my kid's godfather of what type of twin you were. I said, but I'm not doing what everybody else used to do to you. Like you are different, you are unique. And she was like, she just started blowing up, like being mad and cursing.
Can you
And
describe her demeanor at that?
she was like, well, I don't give a fuck, excuse my language, but people did that our whole life and everything, like they called her the pretty sister and all this, like they kept it and all, she's like, we are the fucking same, we are the same. So I was like, when I seen, like I said prior, when she get on that level, she is hard to bring her back down and she's gonna keep going and keep going and keep going. So what I do is I try to avoid that. That's why I shut down the conversation. I'll be like, we'll discuss it another day. And that makes her mad. And I think it's because she's so used to toxic relationship with her baby daddy and the other girl she dated in the past. She's like, oh, we'll fight and do that cool. Or when they think they done with me, I just pop up at the house. Like she done made statements like this to different family members. Like, when you think it's done and over with, no, it's not done until I say it's done. And I'll pop up at the house and everything. Like,
okay. So at this point then, are you trying to kind of quash the,
yeah, so it was like, yeah, it was making me mad and to the point where her kids were playing, my kids were in the front room, and one of her sons was walking around in underwear. And he was like kept coming by the door, like doorway, somewhat kind of walking by. And I just don't like doing stuff like that in front of kids because I had an abusive child father, like, so I was just like, I'm not doing this, I'm not about to listen to this or whatever. And she got mad and was like, well, you get the fuck out. And I said, I'm not going nowhere around my kids.
okay.
So
where are the kids?
The kids were like, we were still in the kitchen. The kids were like in the front room or something and back and forth from the dining room and back and forth from their room and the bathroom. So it's like, you just see them like walk by or whatever, from the kitchen area.
Okay, all right. So you said you're not leaving without your kids. Okay, so what happens after that?
She was like, you get the fuck out. So all my kids. And if I'm not mistaken, she did this. She's like, you get the fuck out and had her arm out. And I'm like,
Indicating for the record, the witness extended her left arm straight out to.
the middle wasn't definitely right, but she definitely like went towards the door.
So 9 o'clock as opposed to 3 o'clock.
So I called my kids and I'm like, come on, let's go. Her kids were saying bye and everything, and we started walking out the door. And I let my 2 kids go by and I went behind. But again, like I told you how her door is, you have to close it. So now we're coming down the steps. You have to close it. You have to come down this tight hallway by her basement steps in order to go out.
Let me ask you one question on that. So all of you had gotten in the house and then you had this conversation with your wife.
Yeah, we were in the kitchen.
About how long the time period was that from the time that you entered into the house and the time that you were leaving? Do you remember?
I don't really remember, but I know we were there for a while because my daughter went to the bathroom and I heard feelings have spoke, they gave me hugs, like every time my kids see me, they happy to see me, they give me hugs. And at the everything. Yeah, her son and family there, a lot of her kids. Came in there, grabbed snacks, but some from the kitchen, she got like a shelf with like snacks, a whole bunch of snacks for the kids and everything. To the point where that's why my kids like going over there, they always like, we about to go raid bringing snacks, like, that they said that actually before we came in the house, like.
Okay, so now you're leaving, you and your kids are leaving, and what happens if anything after that?
When we were going out the door, I thought she would have stayed in. But she was like arguing, like yelling. I don't remember quite what she was saying, but she was like yelling down, like behind or on the side door, and we were going out. And I would have thought she closed the door. But instead, she came outside. And when we were standing outside, right there in the doorway, my oldest daughter had already was like walking down her driveway. And my youngest was behind my oldest daughter, but not as close, like she was closer to Rain's house. And my youngest daughter was actually on the phone with one of her friends. And so we were right there in the walkway at her doorway, and she out there. At this point, it's like,
When you say she's out there, you mean?
she's outside with me at the door.
Okay.
So at this point, I take it as me leaving, even though she was saying, get the fuck out, Brian wanted me to really probably stay there, like, and feed until like, you know what I'm saying? No, like, I'm really saying, but I really want you to be here. Like, I want you to like chase or something, like, but that's what her baby daddy did. And I always told her, like, no, I'm not that type, like, I was definitely just stuff in the past, like, it wasn't nothing nice, and that's why I was trying to give her advice about controlling her anger and being took away from her kids and do the stuff that can happen with people older than Rain as well, so. So,
What happens next? So what happens next?
at that point, she brought up something about, I wouldn't understand her and her sister dying because my siblings don't give a fuck about me. Always a 5 kids, and she knows like different family issues and stuff that go on, we talk about everything. So in that moment when she said that, she literally, and at this time I smoked cigarettes. So I'm like sitting there smoking a cigarette because the stuff that she was saying at the time was like hitting. I was just like, this not nothing you say to somebody that you're trying to pressure to be your girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so what do you mean by that?
like the low blow, like how I confided to her about my siblings, like different siblings with my siblings, or I was abused as a child from my mother. Like she was throwing that stuff up in my face at the time. And I'm literally right there smoking cigarettes, and Rain just kept pushing me and bumping us again. To the point where I'm like, Rain, stop putting your fucking hands on me. Stop touching me.
Like, where is she touching you?
She was like pushing me, it was like my chest, and she kept like bumping up against me, like arguing, yelling.
Okay, so are things hostile, what you're doing?
Like, that's why I decided to leave, because I said when she starts, she goes higher and higher. She don't know how to stop and calm down. Like, but this is the first time like she got like bumped me and came like physical type ever. Other than that, it's usually just her mouth and I shut it down, or you know what I'm saying, or something like that. This has been times where she'd have been around like my exes, and these are males, and she done got aggressive and arguments with them, like, who the fuck they think they are, they just come back around and now you back along with them, like, that's how Rain was, she was very possessive.
Okay, so where is she pushing you at?
Like, we were on, like, in her, like, right in front of her doorway and her driveway, and she was like pushing me, and she bumping up against me while she was there.
What part, when,
Okay,
okay,
because we were standing face to face.
okay, what happens next?
So I'm like, Rain, stop putting your fucking hands on me. And she just kept on, and after a while, like when she kept on, I really wanted to hit her, but I didn't. I cared about Rain. And then one evening, her kids are right here in the kitchen. They're in the doorway. Her kids are saying, "Mommy, stop." So I flicked my cigarette in her face. Cause she kept pushing me, she kept putting her hand. And when I did that, I decided to leave. I'm like, I'm leaving. And when I turned around to get ready to walk away, my youngest daughter is still right there in the driveway, and my oldest is towards the end. And Rain was like, "Oh, you wanna fight me?" She kept saying, "You wanna fight me? You wanna fight me?" That's what else she was saying in the process of her going to be took. She kept saying, "You wanna fight me?" And I'm like, "Rain, stop putting your hands on me. Don't nobody wanna fight you." And but when I flicked that cigarette in her face, she said, "All right, I got you, bitch, all right." And she turned around and went in the house. Again, me and Rain never had a violent situation. It was just always her mouth.
Okay. So what were you thinking?
I was thinking that she probably would have went in the house and would have healed out, that her kids would have been a snapback of reality, you know what I'm saying, as a mother.
Okay, so that's what you were thinking.
And then, like, I never thought Rain was a threat. For one, I am a licensed CPL carrier. When I come to her house, I leave my gun and my purse locked up in the car. One, because I don't feel threatened by Rain. Two, she has small kids, and I know they don't have guns safe.
Okay. So she goes into the house. Are you still, where are you?
I turned around and was walking.
Okay, and what direction were you walking in?
Down the driveway to my house.
Okay. And where are your daughters?
My youngest daughter is still standing in the driveway.
And also, just so that we know, could you just use your names? Chicago. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry.
Chicago.
Okay, so Jakayla is still in the driveway?
Yeah, and the pay is like, towards like the end of the driveway, because she was going to a car to get in the car. But in the process of this going on, I never unlocked my car. My keys were in my pocket.
Okay. What happens next?
As I'm walking off, my youngest daughter say, what she heard Rain say,
And just use his names.
Sorry.
Thank you.
What she heard Rain say, "I got something for you."
Objection, Judge Hearson.
As to what someone else said.
My daughter said to me, "Mama, where is your gun?" And come to find out, my daughter was in court.
Okay.
So we have this on video.
Okay.
And as I'm walking, my baby yelled to me, "Mom." I'm sorry.
That's okay, just take a minute.
My baby yelled, "Mom." As a mother, my first instinct was to look this way at her.
Is that what you did?
Yeah, I looked at my daughter.
Okay, just say that, just remember to say that.
I looked at Chicago.
Okay.
And the whole time, Nikita is starting by, because Rain was behind me.
Okay.
She came like, I guess, rushing out the house. Nikita's running behind me, and she rushes and pushes Rain up against the wall.
Okay, so Nikita pushes Rain against the wall?
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
Okay, what happened? Okay, and the wall is side of the house?
It's her neighbor's house.
Her neighbor's house.
Pushed her up against the side of the house.
Okay.
So Nikita stopped Rain from whatever she was trying to do behind my back. My kids noticed something first, because my back was to Rain.
Okay. All right, and you said Nikita ran. beyond you. Okay, what happened next?
When she pushed Rain up against the house, by this time I ran towards Rain and Rain was swinging on my door. And I'm like yelling, don't put your hands on my daughter, because my daughter was only holding Rain up against the wall.
Okay.
But Rain was swinging. And I'm grabbing her, like, don't push her, because I'm trying to protect my daughter. I'm like trying to squeeze in front of my daughter, because she like almost my height. So I didn't want her to like hit my daughter in the face or anything. So I'm like, oh God, trying to protect her at the same time, trying to control, because on the side of Rain house, it's dark. So you can barely see pretty much, not unless her motion light or something come on from the back of her house, by her garage.
And what time of day is it?
It's at night.
Okay, so it's dark.
Yeah, because my daughter was out of practice and she was too bad to be first thing. We didn't get out until like 7 or 8 o'clock at night.
Okay. And where is Jakyla at this point?
At this time, everything is happening so fast. I don't even remember where Jakyla was at that point because my back was turned. I'm focusing on Rain and my daughter.
And when you say Rain was swinging on your daughter, what is she swinging? What are you talking about?
I don't know. Everything was happening so fast.
Okay.
My main focus was to try to protect my daughter.
Okay. So what do you recall seeing next?
When Rain got to swinging on my child, I like grabbed her. Like I forced myself in between my daughter and grabbed her and gave Rain to the ground. Okay. And at this point, my daughter falls with her. So we all on the ground tussling. And
when you say the ground, are you talking about like the driveway
yeah,
or?
in the driveway.
Okay, and this is Rain's driveway?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, I noticed Rain had a knife.
Okay, and do you remember which hand she had it in?
I want to say, I think it was her right, because she was laying like this.
Okay.
I think somewhat of a blade.
Okay. Do you know what kind of a knife this was? Like, or can you describe what you saw? Like a steak knife. So we're not talking about a small pocket knife. Is that
I
right?
remember seeing like
Ridges on a knife.
on the blade.
Do you remember about how big the blade was that you saw?
No, because she was holding on to it like in her hand.
Okay.
Like, so at this point, I'm like, I'm fighting her, but I'm like trying to stop that hand from cutting one of us.
Okay.
Like, so when I'm doing this and trying to get the knife about her hand, this is when I hear my youngest daughter, and my youngest daughter goes to kick her.
And just say that we just need names.
Yes, Jakyla goes to kick her and was like, don't put your hands on my mom.
Okay.
And so while I'm on the ground with her, Jakyla screams and say, somebody please. And she said, okay, please. And at that point, I see blood leaking on Rain.
You see blood leaking on Rain? Okay.
So I'm looking like, is it coming from my daughter? So at this point, I'm fighting Rain, and Michaela like, it's me. And so I'm fighting Rain, so she won't try to get back up. My daughter stands up, she's grabbing her neck. It's dark. And I really couldn't see how bad it was.
So she's holding her neck at this time? What were you able to?
My finger went in my daughter's throat.
Your finger went in your daughter's throat. Was it through her neck?
She got her across here.
What happened after that?
this point, I'm trying to apply pressure. Right, this up. And she comes to a great issue, slam on the door, fucking throat, slit my fucking daughter's throat. Just for pressure. But she was being committed.
Okay. Could you see the knife? Did you know where?
The knife was.
Okay. All right, so what happens next between you and Bucky?
My daughter and her neck. And Tyler was trying to help. We had and I'm fighting the rain. It was like she was non-stop. Even after I told her she slit my baby throat and I asked her to go get something, she kept coming at me. So I'm fighting her in the driveway. They had to try to yell, "Mama, we need the keys." So then when I finally, after after we were fighting, and I kind of got her back away from me. I'm driving her to go to the car. I'm reaching my hand in my pocket. I'm trying to hit my keys, and when I'm going to the front of the house, my baby is bent over like this in my car.
Did you say by your car or in your car?
She's at the passenger side, which is still in front of her.
Okay. What happens after that?
My baby was going to help me. So, I don't know if she had a phone. At this point, Brandon ran up with me.
Are the two daughters and you at your car at this point?
Yeah, like, at this point, I was like towards the back part of my car, the trunk, because I was going to the driver's side.
Okay.
And my two daughters are right there at the car. And, when I was at the back of my car, and she came with it, I grabbed her, and we got to fight again.
Okay.
And I grabbed her by her hair, and I really hurt her.
Okay. What happened after that?
And she kept swinging. So I tried to knee her. We were really fighting, like it was like she took something, like she was the best. She kept coming back.
And what were you trying to do?
Get my daughter to the hospital.
Okay, so what happened next?
Oh, when I finally slammed her down to her and tried to stop her, at this point, she finally like, it was like she kind of gave us, like, I could tell from the look in her eyes, because I'm looking straight at her face.
And then what happened?
I ran to my daughter's side of the car.
So, did you and your both daughters go to emergency?
Yeah.
Okay, what happened when you got it?
When we got to the emergency, so right there, or like, you know, I'm like, just apply pressure, baby, just apply pressure, baby, you're almost there, you will be okay.
Did you notice if she was still bleeding at that point, or did you not? Did you say yes? She was still bleeding? Okay. All right, what happens when you get there?
We flew up to the hospital, first she got outside. And she was applying pressure, she went home and didn't like it. What's there, baby? You have to. I just kept telling her, baby, we got this, we got this. You saved my life. So God ain't gonna let that happen to you, we got this.
What happened? home did you arrive at? Do you remember?
I think that's in the hospital. But it's over there, it's like it's around the corner from her house, like over there about 6 miles.
And when you arrived, what happened?
I was watching the my baby, yeah. I'll never forget. My daughter is so loving. Her youngest sister kept saying, we got this, we got this. We all still here. She's my daughter. She cussed. She said, that bitch could have killed our mama. She was trying to kill our mama.
Judge, I'm gonna object this to hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay, what treatment did your daughter receive at the hospital?
They said there, they actually rushed us at the door. In her instruction. Spirit of the week. She's saying kids and life. She screams out, Mama, I don't want nobody kids to see me like this. To the point where other parents, and I was like, no, baby, get in here, you need help. They put my baby on the stretcher. After the screaming, she was stabbed in the throat. But when they rushed us to the back, it was something like that.
Object to
They had to put camera down her throat.
Sustained.
Okay, with your daughter treated at the hospital? And what observations did you make about her treatment? Like, what did you observe of what the doctor said?
Yeah, we were there and they had a surgery room, she was cut all the way across here. And they said they had to put like a scope or something down in her throat to see like how much damage was there, like everybody.
Judge, I gotta object again to hearsay, this is what they said.
That's what they told me.
Let me just ask you questions without asking what other people said. Did your daughter have surgery?
Yes.
And did she
Judge,
say?
I gotta object again here, because if she only knows there was surgery because the doctor told her that, then it's
Were
still.
you at the hospital when your
I was
daughter
at
had
the
surgery?
hospital, my daughter had surgery, she was a lot of recovery, I was there.
And what did you observe of your daughter after her surgery?
She had like stitches.
You saw stitches on her neck. How long did she stay at the hospital?
We stayed there for over 24 hours. Because I ended up having to be treated because how she stabbed me too.
Okay, so
I had to use stitches.
Where were you stabbed?
I was stabbed with my arm. Like she stabbed with a knife.
Okay, and so you didn't know that during the time, is that right?
I was so worried about my daughter, I didn't know I was stabbed until a little bit afterwards.
And when you say a little afterwards, was it before or after you got to the hospital?
It was after that, so my daughter was concerned.
Okay. So were you bleeding from that?
Yeah, once we realized, at first, like, it was like my arm kept going numb. Like, I was just like, something ain't right with my arm. I kept saying something right with my arm. So, we looked up, actually, it was the jacket. We seen the hole.
Okay, so that's the jacket that you were wearing? And that's the hole that was created? Was there a hole before you got to Buckingham's house that day?
No.
Indicating for the record, the witness lifting up her left arm, displayed her bottom half of her forearm.
Thank you, Judge. What treatment did you receive?
Any stitches.
So you did have stitches? Okay. Do you have any marks on your arm as to where that was, or is it gone?
indicating for the record the witness that showed the bottom portion of her left foot. It's like a circular little mark.
And also for the record, what is, Nokia Buckingham's address?
16624 Street.
Okay, is that the city of Detroit, the county of Wayne? Okay. And is that the address that you know her to be, the location that you're describing, is that the house that you know her to have lived at? And you had been to before?
Yes, my kids got because,
Okay.
any way I can help Frank, I'll try. Like, if it was helping put up groceries, because she just came back from grocery shopping and like, whatever I can do to help Frank, because I'm doing this care. My board is even babysit.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross examine.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Afternoon. You said that usually when you would go to my client's house, you would keep your gun in your car. Was that the case on this date as well?
Yeah, it was like, if I did bring my gun in the car, her kids would. And then just probably like me and her on the night that we had sex.
But on this specific date,
Yeah, that's the specific day my gun was in the car.
where do you keep it when it's in your car?
In my purse.
Yeah.
I didn't bring the purse in.
Okay.
In the front seat.
Had my client invited you there that day?
No, because we talked and she come probably with my house. I had it on camera. She had to eat work. And probably at my house.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Judge.
Do you agree?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step in. Any other witnesses for the people? Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
People. Judge,
I would oppose the bind over
Ma'am, this way.
on two grounds. First, Your Honor, I would contend that evidence here was that the first, so I guess there was an initial pushing and then flicking the cigarette. There was then an interruption, so conclusion to whatever assaults had occurred at that point. After that, the next thing that's witnessed is the complainant's child shoving the defendant against the wall. So I would contend that at that point, a new assaultive encounter had begun. And we don't hear anything.
For the sake of argument, that is correct. That's 100% accurate. But when do you get to bring the knife into this house?
I would say, Judge, that having not seen the beginning of the fight, as she did not, we don't know what might have prompted the defendant to use a knife.
So tell me why this isn't a question of fact for the defendant on trial.
That's a compelling argument to know, Judge. I think what I would say here is that given that the first violent act shown is by someone other than the defendant, she's acting in response. I'm not sure if that reaches a probable cause standard. That would be my first argument. My second, Judge, is I'm not sure that identification is everything. I think maybe I missed it. Did she identify the defendant as? I could be misremembering, Judge. I just had to check if it's possible and missed it. If the court remembers there being one, obviously, but, you know, I'm not. I am fallible as everyone else.
So are you talking about what happened in the year 2000? And
Please step forward. Give your name and the spelling of your name to the young lady speaking here.
she can tell you. So I started me. That I was like, already $100, but they said that actually was changing. So now you're.
That's here, as to, his part, is this impacted the relationship back on personal connection?
And how do you know with you? We call her Rain. I know her because we had a sexual relationship. Okay. Because my daughter's friend has always wanted.
I think I'm there.
Usually, when people talk, they are very low. So this day, I went, at the breakfast, and I went to check on her because she had just told me. So this day, after the practice, we went somewhere. So what did we get? I picked up my daughter, where my other daughter can play a jack. And we went to her house. Okay. So your son and Kayla and DJ, right? Yeah, which one is that? And how many of them with you? We call her Lane. I know her, so we had a special relationship. Okay. My daughter's practice has always been my relationship. So, I always like 3 times out of the week, we'll either be at her house or she'll be at mine. Okay. And, my husband is, the kid. The guy that is friends with one. Okay, so when you met there that day, there's over there, because that's what we need to do. And when some goes, I was worried about her, because she was sort of like, she did things for her child, we had to go, like, the house, and send it to you? Maybe. Okay. Did you hear about that? No, actually, that happened prior to.
Okay, it does not appear that the witness made an in-court identification of the defendant. However, she did say person she's talking about is Kia Buckingham, that she calls her Rain. Court file indicates that this defendant's name is Kia Rain Buckingham. So for probable cause purposes, the court is satisfied that proper identification has been made.
Then I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, the court, after hearing the testimony of the witness that came forth to testify, is satisfied that people met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint form. I'm a bit confused though, because in looking through the court's file, it looks like this matter has been waived. How did they get back here?
I'm very good, Judge. No, they added an additional GBH charge, and so it was remanded for exam as a result of the new charge.
I see.
Yes, it was waived first and then they decided after further investigation. Additional charges.
All right, so again, the court is satisfied that people met their burden of probable cause. You know, once the alleged complainant so-called flipped her cigarette in the defendant's face, defendant turned, walked back into the house, had the option of staying there. She did not have to come back out. She could have did any number of things, including calling police, locking her doors and not letting me come back. But for whatever reason, she came out of the house, allegedly had a knife with her, and not only had that knife, but used that knife. I'm not saying by any stretch of the imagination that the complaining witnesses are without fault or blame here, but the defendant took matters into a whole new level and interjected the weapon. So the court finds that people have met their burden of probable cause and will bind the defendant over to the Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. Her arraignment on the information date and time of April 1st, 2024 at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge.
Thank you, you too.
Or day, sorry.
All that. All the good, I'll take it.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I used to have a preliminary, I guess, matter regarding the Tony Gray matter and the Angela Lofton matter. I just believe that this case was assigned to the wrong courtroom. It's been brought to my attention that there is no intimate partner relationship whatsoever between either defendant or the defendant.
Do you have witnesses?
I have the complaining witness here, yes.
Okay. Wait to transfer it now. Everybody's here, including the witness and the defendants, correct?
Yes.
So we might as well move forward. I guess I just have to do somebody else's work. You want me to use the same bind over that you used the last time, Master Joyce? So it's not a new one.
Would you be able to date?
Yeah, I'm stressed.
Sorry.
Okay. Angela Marie Walker, Tony Denise Gray. Calling case 2455938 for State of Michigan versus Angela, defendant number 1, Angela Marie Walker. Defendant number 2, Tony Denise Gray. Defendant 2 is charged with count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Defendant 2 is charged in count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Defendant 1 is charged in count 3, weapons, dangerous weapons using self-defense spray device. Defendant 1 is charged in count 4 of assault or assault battery. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Dinah Lynch on behalf of the people, P84589.
And good morning, Your Honor. Catherine O'Meara, P53823 on behalf of Tony Gray.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please the court, Dwayne Johnson, P41842 on behalf of Ms. Angela Walker, standing to my left, state your name.
Angela Walker.
So defendant number 1, Angela Walker, shouldn't be before the court at all. She's charged with 2 misdemeanors.
Is that?
It's a high court
It's a high
misdemeanor,
court.
right.
Okay. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses?
We have 1 witness.
Are you witness?
Your Honor, the people would call artist blank to the stand.
Sir, please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady seated there.
Artist, ARTIS, Tremaine, PREMAYNE, blank.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud. Speak to the microphone to your left.
All right.
Maybe when you're ready.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record once again, please?
Artist blank, ARDIS, TREMAYNE, blank, BLACK.
Thank you, Mr. Blank. I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If you don't understand something or if you need clarification, please ask me to rephrase it or repeat it as you need to, all right? So thank you very much. I want to bring you back your attention to the date of February 3rd, 2024. Do you remember that date, sir?
Yes, I do.
And where were you on that date?
I was at home at first.
And where is your home, sir?
Upstairs from the things.
And do you know the street address?
It's 1639 Glendale Street.
And is that in Detroit?
Yes, it's 4238.
And in the county of Wayne?
What do they call it? Coast,
So Wayne County?
Yeah, it was Wayne County.
Yes, okay. So when you were in Glendale in the city of Detroit, do you know someone by the name of Tony Bray?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know Miss Bray?
Through Miss Angela Walker, that's why I actually met her through.
And do you see Miss Bray in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And could you point her out and describe one piece of clothing that she's wearing?
She's got on look like pink, purple. I'm not sure because I can't really.
Oh, let me get out of your way.
Purple, black.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant, Tony Bray.
So
Thank you, Your Honor. And do you see another person by the name of Ms. Walker in the room?
Yes, I do.
And could you point out where she's sitting and what she's wearing, a piece of clothing?
She got on a black hoodie.
Your Honor.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Your Honor, please let the record reflect that the defendant has identified Ms. Angela Walker.
So no,
Thank you, Your Honor. So, how do you know Ms. Walker?
She is downstairs.
And were you in a relationship or did you have a sexual relationship with Ms.
No.
Walker?
No.
Did you ever?
Cash and carry.
I'm sorry?
Cash and carry.
And what does that mean, sir?
Well, they're smokers. If you don't know what that means, that's what they do for me.
All
They
right.
snort cocaine or either smoke cocaine.
So let's go back to the relationship. Have you ever had an occasion to have sex with Ms. Walker?
The first time they robbed me.
All right. So that would be a yes, correct, sir?
Yes.
And
I'm sorry. I don't know. Repeat that question. I missed something.
she said, have you ever had sex with me? He said the first time they robbed me. She said, I take that as a yes. He said, yes.
Yes, to who? Is that Angela Walker or to?
And
both.
You said you had sex with both of them?
No. Miss Walker, the day they robbed me first, just the second time.
Okay.
And we're talking about
I'm
now.
confused. Did you have sex with Miss Walker or Miss Gray?
Miss Walker.
You had sex with Miss Walker, right?
all right.
Way before they robbed me, like I said, the first time.
Thank you, Mr. Black.
This is the second round.
And I just want to make sure that when I ask you questions, I appreciate that you being verbal. Please answer the question as asked. All right?
Okay. Yes, you are.
So let's go back to the date of February 3rd, 2024. Can you tell me what happened on that date that brings you to court today?
Well, when I took front of them, the guy was out there first, and I figured, look, man, you don't know what's going on. Same thing that, well, I'm not going to the part, but anyway.
Mr. Black, let me rephrase
They
my
all
question.
three confronted me.
Let me take it back for just a moment, please.
Okay.
So did something happen in your apartment that caused you to be alarmed?
Yeah, they stole my laptop, my tablet.
Yeah, I'm object to these unsupported statements that he's making, saying things so.
First of all, you can't talk at the same time. Okay, so when somebody starts talking, you have to stop it, right? Secondly,
Okay,
you
I'm
have an opportunity to cross-examine.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I also point out that there should be legal objections to the objections?
I handle it.
Thank you, sir. So you stated that there were objects that were missing from your home. What happened next?
Okay, when I came downstairs the next day, because they left my radio, man, and they don't understand that my radio that I have, it doesn't play, not unless the tablet is around it. So they left my music high up the next day, and I realized my stuff is gone, the money and everything else. That's when I went downstairs, all three of them came out the door. Angela tried to rush at me, so I kicked her. So she went behind them and jacked again and started screaming.
Yeah, let's get some questions in between. Also, I need you to use names so we know who you're talking about.
Okay, well, Angela Walker, when I kicked
So,
her.
Mr. Black, let me take you back for a moment.
Okay.
You said you noticed that things are missing from your apartment, correct?
Yes,
And then what did you do next?
I went downstairs to confront them because I heard.
Thank you.
Angela.
And
Okay.
when you say you went downstairs, what type of building is this?
It's an apartment building,
Apartment building. So then you went down to another apartment?
apartment 3 where Angela Walker lives.
And then what happened next?
The first, they opened up the door and the guy that they had came out. And I started hitting him, look, bro, man, you don't wanna get involved because you don't know me, I don't know you. She's lying to you, whatever, but I don't want my laptop and my tablet.
All right, and then what happened next?
Then Angela and Tony
Came out of what door?
the her room. That's when I'm like, okay, where's my stuff again?
Let me take you back from there. Thank you, Mr. Black. You said they came out their door. Is this another apartment or is this?
Yes, it's another apartment downstairs, like I said from the beginning, they stay right downstairs. Okay,
Do you know the apartment number, Mr. Black?
3.
So this is still within apartment number 3. All right, and then what happened
We're not
next?
inside where I was hallway. We never was inside. the house.
Okay.
That's where I was trying to get. So when they all three came, Angela came at me, I kicked her. She went back behind me, the woman in the house, and grabbed a can of mace.
Okay, let me stop you there, sir.
Okay.
When you said that she came at you, how was she coming at you?
The fight. All three of them was out there to fight.
And then,
And
how
she
you,
had the
excuse me,
2x4
Mr.
in
Black,
it.
thank
Yeah,
you,
okay.
Mr. Black. So when you said she came out to fight, what was her body language that you identified?
Wow. They think I'm soft because I'm nice, but no. Her disposition was the same way it was the way she robbed me. Because the next day she wanted to try to fight me, and I was like, no, I don't put my hands on women. But
So, Mr. Black, let's go back to February 3rd. So you said that you, that Ms. Walker was coming towards you?
Yes, she was.
And she was you said, ready to fight?
All three of them were there to fight.
All right, and then what happened next?
In the apartment, regardless, I want my stuff back. That was my simple plan.
Certainly, so, and then what happened? So you said, you stated or testified that you kicked her. What happened next?
She went in the apartment, because I was still trying to get in there and got some eggs.
Let me stop you there. How do you know what she got when she went in the apartment?
Because she said, I'm gonna spray you with this mace, punk ass nigga, and sprayed you.
Thank you, sir. And then she sprayed you. What was the spray line?
In my face, she sprayed the whole can. I turned my head, by the time I turned my head, after she emptied the can, this guy came and rushed me. That's when he picked me up, only weighed 130. Now you do never want to touch me. But he picked me up and he tried to throw me down the stairway.
And then what happened next?
Okay, we bounced from there, we bounced to the next part. He's still trying to throw me down the stairway. So when we fell, I grabbed his hand because he was trying to hit me again. He was trying to hit me.
Thank you very much. Were you in the apartment at this time, or were you in the
We in the
hallway?
hallway on the floor. In
Thank
the
you.
back hallway.
And then what happened next after he had you on the floor?
He hollered, baby, help me. That hit him in the head. That's what she gave me.
And let me stop you there. You said baby hit me in the head.
Baby hit him in the head.
And who was he referring to when he said baby?
Tony.
And then you said someone hit you in the head?
Yes, he did.
And where were you hit in the head?
Right here.
What was used to hit you in the head?
A 2x4.
How large was the 2x4?
2x4 was, I say, the short 2x4 was cut.
Your Honor, from what I can tell, it looks like the measurement would be 2.5 to 3 feet long. The 2x4. 2x4, but I think this one, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But the same width as the 2x4.
Okay.
Thickness of that.
So then you were hit in the head. Did you have any injury when you were hit in the head?
Yes, I did. I started bleeding. That's when she hit me again. After we was down again, then she hit me again.
So let me ask you to stop right there. So you said, I just want to get to where you hit on the head. Can you show any injuries or anything like that show that you were hit in the head?
Yeah, I got a hole in my head. You can't see it.
So that start, could you tip your head down a little bit? It appears to be about an inch long.
It took 3 staples.
Mr. Blackley, listen to the.
Looks like about an inch horizontal scar healed at the very top crown of his head.
Thank you, Your Honor. And once you were hit on the head, what happened next?
I'm still tussling with him while she's swinging that 2x4. He's trying to hit me too.
So you were hit with the 2x4 on the head, were you hit somewhere else?
First.
Okay, and then.
Second was the back.
And where were you hit?
Third was the blocking her hitting me again. And the fourth is when we flipped over, she hit me on this side. Twice. Yeah. I didn't
I
realize
see.
I was bleeding like that until.
I observed that you're wearing a cast. Was there any injuries from other than the forehead?
Fractured.
So your arm is fractured?
Yes.
And did anything else happen? You said you were hit 4 times, I believe?
Yeah.
Okay, so you were hit on the back. Did anything happen when you were hit on the back?
And my collarbone, they said it's not broken, but it's fractured too. My ribs are.
Do you know how many ribs are fractured?
No.
After you were struck with the 2x4, it sounds like 4 times, what happened next?
We were laying there then, I was twisting his arm while he was stuck trying to do something, which he couldn't. So he was like, let me go, let me go. I'm like, I thought about it for a minute, not letting go, I almost had it, but since I was bleeding, getting wounded, I let him go. He was like, baby, run out the door. She ran out the door, and he ran out.
Was there any property that depended on you at that time?
Yeah, my phone, my cell phone, and just that too.
How did your cell phone, how did
Because
they,
it fell out when we was fighting. Because she was like, you ain't we called no police on me today and took my phone.
and where did the phone land when it's
I
knocked
have
down?
no idea, I was on the ground still.
How are you certain that it was taken away when you?
Because he said, well, I'm gonna take your cell phone so you can't call the police.
Thank you,
That's how
Mr.
you
Black.
got my phone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So once once your cell phone was picked up and taken, who picked up your cell phone?
Tony Gray.
And then, when you were on the ground or when you were, Tony and this gentleman, do you know who this gentleman was?
No,
So what happened, did anything else happen at that time?
no, not at that time.
So it was just the 2 people, this unknown man?
No, Angela was right with them. Ain't no 2 people, nothing. Angela was there the first time, because she tried to fight me. I begged for my phone. She wanna fight. I said, look, girl, don't mess with me. I'll put my hands on women. Give me my phone the first time.
Okay.
So she was all involved this time also. Ain't no putting it that it was just Tony, it's both of them.
Thank you, Mr. Black.
Thank you. If you
Thank
really
you.
wanna know, it's both of them.
Thank you.
Not one, both.
Thank you.
Mr. Black, you were a little, it seemed a little fuzzy on your injuries. And I just want to go over those one more time.
Sure.
So you had a cut on your head,
Mm-hmm.
and then you said you were struck in your arm,
Yeah, fractured.
and where was it fractured? Is it on the top part of the arm?
This part of the my shoulder.
Your shoulder, and was there a fracture on the shoulder?
Yes, it was.
Right.
And my ribs here.
Which ribs were broken?
To my left side. No, they were fractured also.
Okay. And do you have pain when you're breathing at all of the?
Yes, I do. I'm getting medication because I got arthritis. Really totally.
Thank you, Mr. Black. And then, were you able to call 911 because as you mentioned, your phone was gone?
No, the neighbor called 911.
And did you seek medical attention?
Not right at first, but since I started bleeding so bad, the ambulance did come and I said no at first. At the end, the police was there and they was like, no, you need to go to the doctor now. So I went.
Do you know what facility you went to for treatment?
I went to Henry Ford.
And which Henry Ford location, do you recall?
West Grand Boulevard.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examine.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Weaver.
So you say that on February 3rd, you noticed some items were missing from your apartment?
Yes.
And you assumed that it was Ms. Gray and Ms. Walker
I
that.
didn't know assuming not they.
You saw them take it?
No, I didn't see nobody take it. I was asleep.
So
Yeah, I was asleep.
how did you know they took it?
They're crackheads. Okay, I'm gonna put it simple as that. They got a disease and they don't want just their stuff, they want yours also. I have no clue that anybody wants to sell a laptop, but you can't get the code to even get on. I mean, it was a stupid steal.
So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, my money, my weed, I understand that, 400 a week, $1,000 a week, yeah. But what you gonna do with my laptop?
So you knew that they took these things?
I'm positive they took it.
And so you were upset about that, correct?
Yeah, I was upset about it. I went to sleep with money and cash, then woke up without nothing. And as I said, my speaker that works do not work. Now, unless my tablet is in the city. They had my radio blast and it would not work if she didn't have my tablet.
So you went downstairs
I went downstairs and they sent the guy out first and I'm like,
So,
oh man, you know.
Can you just answer, I really
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate if you would just answer the
Yep.
questions. The way that this works, it's not a narrative by
Okay,
you.
yes, no.
Okay,
Mhm.
so, you went down there to confront them
Mhm.
about taking your things.
Right,
And how did you try to get in at first? Did you go straight to the door? Did you try to get in through the
no,
window?
I didn't go nowhere near their door, they sent him out, they opened the door, they sent him out.
So-
And then, that's when they came.
So did you say something? How would they know? What was their motivation? Why would they just all of a sudden attack you after they just stole your stuff?
Good. Wow, I have no idea why they treat you like that. I can't even tell you why. They say, because I was giving them everything that person wants. Stealing from me, taking my money, I mean, it happens all the time. But when you start taking my livelihood, that's my livelihood. Because,
So you were upset and somehow they knew that you were coming and opened up the door and ran out and attacked you?
I heard them opening up the door trying to leave. That's when I came down and scared them, like, no, you're not leaving with my stuff.
You could hear their door open from your
You can
apartment?
hear the door open in that part of the building, you got to be involved.
Okay, so you said they came right out and just started attacking you and,
No, the guy came out first, as I said, then them two came. That's when Annie did like this and tried to cut forth, that's when I kicked her and backed up off and went like, hey, it's time to fight. She went behind them, in the house and got the mason started spraying the whole can. While I'm standing there, I'm turning my head because it's burning and everything else. So I waited patiently till she got through spraying the whole can and turned around. By the time I turned around, here he comes and picked me up. I'm sorry.
so you were in a fight with this man and you don't know this man.
Don't know what the mechanic thing?
He doesn't live in the building?
No, we were in a fight, us three, not just him, us three.
Okay.
Not just him, us three.
And then, you said that
He hollered, baby, help me.
you said that Tony, Miss Bray, took your cell phone?
Yes, he did. After the fight, she took my cell phone. And she's claiming, so you won't be calling the police on me.
Well, so when did you get your cell phone back?
I did not acquire another one. Just when I got that, I got my messages on it. I dropped that one the other day. But I clearly had messages out. Y'all speak for y'all need to take a copy.
So the one that you've been texting her on since this event is a new one, but with the same phone number?
Yeah. The same one they were calling me back on, harassing me, phone, yes.
Oh, you're saying they were harassing you on the phone?
Yes, they were.
So
You
don't know, they do have, there are, text messages are.
I got them. That's what I'm saying, what you need to see.
Well, I have them, so.
Okay.
And you said that the neighbor called for you, correct?
Yes, he did.
And what's the neighbor's name?
We call him Short Dog.
Pardon me?
We call him Short Dog. I don't know his real name. What's his name? Mark.
Short Dog?
Mark.
Mark?
When you see him, you know why we call him Short Dog. Basically, he actually wanted to say, all right, no, you need to go to the hospital.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I have nothing further.
E-reader, I'm sorry. Right, Mr. Johnson, oh, go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Black.
Good afternoon, how you doing, sir?
I'm good, thank you. Mr. Black, on this February 3rd, you indicated that you felt like they had stole property from your house.
Well, I keep telling you, you don't think nothing. They stole from me the first.
Mr. Black,
Why would
we're
you
not
speak?
talking about, we're talking about February
Okay,
3rd. Mr. Black, listen, just answer. Okay. On February 3rd, was my client at your house? On February 3rd?
No.
She didn't come up there?
Far as I know, I don't know who was in there when I was sleeping.
As far as you know, she did not come up to your house, is that correct?
Yes, she did, what Tony told me.
Did you, no, I'm not asking what somebody told you, I said.
Yes, well, by hearsay, I heard she was up there too.
So you have no knowledge that my client was at your house, is that correct?
Your Honor, asked and answered.
Well, yes, go ahead. Yes,
was she at my house?
Was she at your house? Did you see my client? Listen to the question. On February 3rd, did you see my client Angela Walker at your house?
No, I didn't see no.
Okay. All right. So when you're saying they, you're just saying that, but you're not saying it, saying, I know that she took something from my house, is that correct?
Yes, I know.
Did you see Angela Walker take anything?
I didn't see nothing, but
Okay, all right. You answer the question, that's fine. Just answer the question.
No, I did.
Okay. And you indicated that they're on, have you ever seen my client?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
You're saying you have.
I've seen her snort, and I've seen her both ways. Yes, I have.
I've seen her snort, you saw who?
She snorts.
Who is she, sir?
Tony snorts, and Mr. Davis, and Andrew Walker does crack.
When did you see her doing crack?
Like the day they robbed me.
Wait a minute. You said on February 3rd, you didn't see her. Is that correct?
No.
You didn't see her.
February 3rd, sir, sorry.
I'm talking about February 3rd.
Yes, why I know, because they robbed me the first time. So if you robbed me the first time, who the heck gonna rob me?
Okay, Mr. Black.
Okay.
You don't have any evidence. And listen to the question of who robbed. If someone robbed, you have no evidence as to who robbed. Is that correct?
No.
Do you have any evidence?
No.
Okay. And if you thought that they robbed you or anyone robbed you, did you go to the police and make a police report?
Yes, I did.
That someone, did you do it? What did you do?
No, I did it when I was assaulted. Okay.
So what you were doing when you went down to Miss Walker's apartment, you were going down there to do self-help, is that correct?
No.
You said you went down there to confront them, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And actually, when you came to the door, you pushed your way into the apartment, didn't you?
No, you're lying.
You pushed your way into the apartment, didn't you?
No,
Okay.
they opened the door, push nothing. I don't know what she told you, but that's a lie.
Okay. And when you kicked her in her apartment, isn't that
No,
correct?
I didn't. She was in the hallway. All three of us like this when we popped her fight.
When
She was the first one to jump. That's why I kicked her, because she came at me first.
And after you kicked her in her apartment,
We were not in the
Sir, hang on a second, wait on this question before you get
Okay.
there. We can't keep talking over each other.
I'm sorry, but this is really.
after you kicked her, she went and got maced and maced you, isn't that correct?
Yes, she did.
And at some point, you were pushed out of the apartment, isn't that correct?
I never, well, I don't know why you keep saying that. No, I never was in the apartment, period.
But you were there to confront both of them, is that correct?
They said the guy out first.
I'm not asking about that.
Okay.
That was your purpose of being there.
That's the answer. He said, yes, he went down to confront.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you do admit that after you kicked her, that's when you were maced, is that correct?
Because we were fighting.
Thank you.
We were
Further
fighting,
questions?
all three of us.
Can you redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just a clarifying question. Two clarifying questions. One, the gentleman that is talked about, have you ever seen him before?
Not sure that night.
And when you kicked Ms. Walker, why did you kick her?
Because all three of them, we have a small hallway. All three of them, when she opened the door and he was telling me, oh, this, that, and other, I wasn't paying no attention. That's when both of them came. When they both came out, that's when we squared up. And he was coming at me like this, so I kicked her. And I'm like, hey, okay, come
Thank
on.
you, Mr. Black.
Okay,
Mr. Black, one of
She
the-
was trying to attack me,
Thank you,
that's
Mr.
why I
Black.
kicked her.
And just to clarify for the record,
Okay.
did you ever enter the?
No, I didn't at all.
Thank you very much. No further
And not
questions.
at
Your
all.
Honor.
Okay, so I have just a couple of questions for you. Wait on my question before you begin to answer, okay? Okay, sir?
Yeah.
So you said that, I believe you said that this Walker does cocaine, she does crack, right?
Yes.
And you said that Miss Gray, Tony snorts, right?
Correct.
And how do you know this? Did you do that with them? Is that something you've all done together?
No.
How do you know?
I was sitting there and watched them. Yeah.
So why are you watching them smoke crack and snort cocaine?
Because I was drinking and smoking weed and enjoying myself that day too.
I see.
Okay.
And when you went downstairs to confront them, because you went to sleep and you woke up, certain things in your home were gone, like the laptop, computer, is that right?
Right.
And first people that came to mind,
Sir,
hold on,
do you want to give me what else? That was it.
no, that's okay. I know some things were taken from your home.
Right.
First thing that came to your mind was that Miss Walker and Miss Gray took your items, right?
Yeah.
Did Miss Walker or Miss Gray have access to your home?
Yes, they did. I went to sleep waiting on Miss Pratt, told me to come upstairs where I was because we had been drinking, and I went to sleep.
What was she coming up there for?
We supposed to be chilling, smoking some weed like we normally do.
Okay. So you hung out with them a lot, is that right?
No. They actually told me hung out with me, but for the wrong reasons.
Okay, so Tony was supposed to come up to smoke weed.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you wake up and your things aren't there, and so you think Tony and Miss Walker stole your items, is that right?
Yeah.
Why did you think Miss Walker stole your items?
Why did I think Miss Walker stole my items?
Yes.
Because she stole my items before.
Okay. That doesn't necessarily mean that she did it this time.
That's what I mean. If they did it once, they gonna do it twice. We got a door where you can't get in unless you got a key, so it wouldn't be no outside person coming in this building taking anything.
All right. So you go downstairs to confront them. Did you say anything as you're walking in their direction?
No, when I heard the door open, like I said, they said, "Come
All right.
I came
What did you say?
downstairs.
What did you say?
I just must say, look, man, all I need is my laptop, because I know y'all probably not gonna use my money. My laptop, my tablet, that's what I go to school on. That's where I'm trying to get to.
So you said you had a conversation with this man who came
Yeah,
up?
and he's like, oh, nigga, don't be trying to do that and that. That's when they opened up the door, both of them came out. That's not like.
And then you said, what's it? Miss Walker?
Miss Walker, the one that jumped first.
You kicked Miss Walker.
Right, but she tried to proceed with her hands up, because this wasn't the first time, like I said.
All right, after you kicked Miss Walker, what happened? You said she went in the house.
We got a can and make and say, oh, this, do this.
So when she goes in the house and she gets, because they had to take some time, what are you doing outside?
I'm still standing in the hallway because her and him is still standing there.
And are you saying anything to Tony?
No, I'm still saying, give me my stuff. But at that time,
Does
it was nothing to be said.
Does Tony say anything?
No.
Okay. And Miss Walker comes out and she sprays you with the mace, is that right?
Yes.
Then that's when the guy grabs you.
Right.
And then he's communicating something to Tony. Tony hits you with a 2x4 multiple times.
Right.
How does this end?
How did this end? Like I said, I had his hand, so he couldn't hit me. And he was like, let me go. And I'm like, I should have been. I started getting woozy. So I let him go, he's
So,
like, baby, run.
So after you let them go, this is the end. And you said you had a cell phone on you and someone took the cell phone?
Yeah, Tony took the cell phone.
You saw Tony take the cell phone?
Yes, I did. She like, let me take your phone so you can't call the police. Just that.
Questions based on my question?
Yes, Your Honor, just one. You said your tablet was taken and there was music playing. Is your speaker Bluetooth?
Yes, it is.
So the Bluetooth speaker is connected to the tablet?
Exactly.
When you got back to your apartment, was the music playing?
No.
Thank you.
Not that day, because they.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
I just have one. Mr. Black, when was the, you didn't, before this incident, when you came down to her house, you saw Miss Walker, you didn't see her prior to that day. Prior to February 3rd, when was the last time you actually saw Miss Angela Walker?
I see her every day. Just like that, I
You
see
know,
her every day.
You see her, what do you mean you see her? You saw her the day before that?
Yeah, I saw her the day before that, the day before that, and then she's my name, she stayed up, yes, I saw her.
All right, thank you. All right.
Did you have anything to say?
Just, I pretty sure she answered. Isn't it true that you punched Tony that day?
I kicked Angela and punched Tony because they were attacking, that's why.
So that's a yes, you did punch.
Yes, I punched her too, because I said we were in a fight.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses for the people?
No further witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defense?
No witnesses, Your Honor.
Not for.
All right, people.
Your Honor, based on the testimony, we request that this case is found over for both defendants to the Third Circuit Court.
Are you moving to amend any charges?
Your Honor.
I don't think you have enough for the alleged property that was stolen out of the apartment. But what about the cell phone?
The cell phone, yes, I'd like to move to amend the charges so that there would be robbery of the cell phone.
You have to be asked to do defendant number 2.
Yes, Ms. Tony Gray.
Who wants to go first?
I can. Well, Your Honor, I mean, obviously, this is a, he said, well, she said, well, she will, they will say, eventually, or have said, the court does have the obligation to weigh the credibility of the witness, and I think in this case, it's pretty clear that Mr. Black is at least embellishing a lot of his testimony, even especially as it relates to, you know, that he knows that they sold these things. It's not what they're charged with, but it gives you the flavor of where he's coming from when he testified. He's exaggerating a lot, and then a lot of what he said doesn't make sense. You know, kind of tries to clean it up, but he said that they just came out and rushed him. That was his first version, was that he came down and he could hear them opening the door, and then they just came and rushed at him like they somehow magically knew he was coming to confront them. But then he said he had a conversation with the guy where he's just like, oh, calm, and oh, they took my laptop, I need my laptop, man. And then the guy decided he wanted to fight him, and that's when the women opened the door and came out. As if the man had already been in the hallway and the door was closed, and then they had a calm conversation, and then it turned into a fight, and then the women came out, and then he kicked.
No, I think you got that wrong.
But
allegedly, Ms. Walker rushed him, he kicked Ms. Walker, she goes in the
Right.
house, and then that's when
Then the
Ms.
man
Walker
came out.
comes out and maces him, and then that's when the man picks him up.
But
And they fall to the ground and they're fighting. And he allegedly tells Tony, baby, get him, get him. She takes a 2x4, hits him in the head, with it, hits him in the arm, with it, hits him in the side.
But that was the first thing that was his first version, but then when you were asking him questions at the end, the transcript will show it, but he said that it was after he had a conversation with the man that the women opened up the door and came out.
Yeah, he was consistent. He said that each and every time.
Didn't he say the first time that Angela came and rushed at him, and then the man started attacking him?
That's what he said each time. He came down, he said they sent the guy out first. He was talking to the guy, and then the two girls came out, and then that's when Miss Walker allegedly rushed at him, and that's when he kicked her. And she went back in, got some mace, came back out, maced him, and then that's when the guy attacked him.
So, anyway, I just didn't feel like it made sense that in his version of the fact they stole from him and then attacked him later. Like, I don't understand why that would happen. Why would you steal from somebody and then come out and attack them? So I don't understand that at all, but I understand it is a he said, she said situation, and this is a situation where you don't get to hear the side of the, defendant that would make a difference.
So you acknowledge that this is probable cause?
No, I think that he's totally unbelievable. I think he's a very terrible witness. And setting me up to think about the phone too, that's not, obviously they weren't charged with that. He didn't tell anybody that until today.
I don't know, nobody asked him.
But yeah, it seemed like something that was important, that your phone got stolen. It seemed like you might mention that at any point during the day.
Well, I don't know, if I've been beaten in the head with a 2x4 and my head value was taken, like the laptop and stuff like that, maybe the cell phone is not that important. They took that off my person.
That phone is removed.
Y'all have way more information than I don't get my information from the witness questions that you guys are asking.
Go ahead.
Mr. Johnson.
Your Honor, I don't think it's credible in the sense that he's saying he did not enter into the house. He did enter into the house, but of course
you were there.
I wasn't there.
Oh,
but
I entered into the house.
From what I've been told, he entered into the house.
But I've been told.
I know what you said, but that goes to his credibility. But my client was kicked in her house, and she went to her room and got her mace, and she did mace him. And he's coming confronting them, acting like he's the police, doing self-help. He actually comes into the house, even though he's not in it. And she uses mace after she's kicked by him to defend herself and protect her home. So I think it's self-defense.
But for he said that he never entered into the home, that all this happened at home.
Well, no, of course, I'm not gonna have my client testify because there's a question of fact anyway. But I'm saying he was not.
So you admit it is a question.
I admit I don't believe he was credible, and so I would say that it is someone gets kicked and they use mace on a person, and that's all she's accused of doing. Use a mace on him at her home, at her apartment where he's coming to confront her. I think that's self-defense, Your Honor. So I would say it's not probable cause to find her on these charges.
So if I was to believe what the witness indicated, that the defendant came at him, kicked her, and then she went into her apartment and retrieved mace, and then came back out. See, that's what there's.
Right. If you believe what he's saying, if you believe what he's saying, then that would make a question.
Okay.
Yes, but I don't believe he's telling the truth about that. And I also say my client doesn't smoke crack, even though he's trying to paint a picture of her as using crack. There was no evidence. Even in his testimony, he never said
He was very specific as to who does what. He said, your client does crack, and the other defendant snorts cocaine, and that he smokes weed.
Yeah.
And apparently, the other defendant smokes weed with him. So he's very specific as to who does what. I don't know. That's not one of the charges here, so I really don't care.
Right, okay. All right, thank you, Alan.
All right.
Briefly, Your Honor, I found the witness to provide testimony that was credible. And when he's talking about a 2x4, he can produce, he's produced medical records, but he has testified that he had, his head was cracked open, he has a scar on it, which is a gash, he has a broken arm, he has a broken shoulder, he had a broken shoulder, and 2 broken ribs.
According to him, fracture. This is different.
Fractured, broken, the same. But beyond that, Your Honor, I wonder if there's a focus on the property that he initially talked about being stolen from us all, which the defendants are not being charged with. It was we're simply adding the charge for.
All right, so.
And it's a matter of.
Was the witness a very colorful witness? Yes, he was. Was there anything about his testimony that was inherently incredible? I say not. Could he be embellishing? I don't think he embellished much. Could he be trying to distance himself from some wrongdoing or not? Maybe, I don't know. A rational trier of fact could find that he is a rational trier of fact and find that he's being absolutely true. One thing that lends to his credibility is that he has injuries to sustain the beating that he allegedly took. Again, I don't find anything inherently incredible about the witness's testimony. The court finds that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint form. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant submitted. The court will find the defendants over as charged, including one charge of
Robbery unarmed, Your Honor.
robbery unarmed.
Yes, and it's statute number 750.530.
Robbery unarmed. Court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finding probable cause to believe these committed in the Bible, so to Land County Third Circuit Court, Criminal Division for further proceedings. Their arraignment on the information date and time will be April 1st, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. And the robbery unarmed is as to defendant number 2, Tony Biddy's correct. Bond will be continued.
Your Honor, I just, as far as bond is concerned, Ms. Gray has a tether. She doesn't have she has a prior from like 8 years ago, or 2008 or over 8 years ago. About 7 years ago for shoplifting. She has, what the situation is that she's trying to avoid the complainant. The complainant is constantly texting her, calling her. She's blocked his number. He calls from other numbers. She's sent me the text. She's trying to avoid him. She moved from that location so that he can't find her. She's hoping that he doesn't somehow get the address of where she is now.
What does any of this have to do with tether?
Well, the tether, I would imagine that the reason for the tether, because the court needs us to have a reason for the tether. She doesn't have a history of not appearing, so that can't be the reason for the tether. The only reason for the tether could possibly be to make sure that she's not having contact with him, and she is having to run from him, like she's making an extreme effort not to have contact with him.
Do you have those text messages you refer to?
I do.
Let me have the complainant step back in as well.
Your Honor, he also has been threatening my client as well. Just saying her text.
You have those text messages?
Do you guys want to do
Well, yes, I do.
Yes, sir.
Sir, have you been contacting either one of these young ladies?
No, they've been contacting me,
How?
text messages.
You have those text messages?
Yes, sir.
Let me see. 'Em.
The one.
Yeah, the old one. Yeah. Yes, I got her to come today to the resident.
Yeah,
Yes,
he was saying.
Yes. Yes, right there.
That was.
This is a picture right under that's.
This one is February.
Yeah. Sir, no more text messages, okay?
I ain't text message. Text.
And he's right in there. She didn't text him, he texted her.
No more texts.
She talks about his credibility.
I don't need to say anything, I'm good.
Your Honor.
Bond will be continued.
Your Honor, I do, Your Honor, excuse me, Your Honor. There is a bench warrant out for Tony Gray, for the city of Livonia for, retail fraud in third degree. It was issued on 1/30/20.
They had the wrong address. I just talked to the lady, she told me when I got done, so I had to come in to make an appointment Monday through Friday, shoot, and I told her I was on time.
So go get that taken care of.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bond continue, that's all. the things.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Yeah, they have a problem locating, but she's on the telephone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And. And we only have one bind over sheet.
Okay.
So you got all your, yeah, everything downstairs. That's it.
Have a good afternoon. Take care. Thank you, sir. You as well.
Sorry, put you guys out. Have a great day, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, John.
Well, folks, that concludes the docket for today. Again, that concludes the docket for today. Hope to see you tomorrow, same bat station, same bat time. Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, I had, I did this.
Okay.
This is the one, this is the two. You want
I
me
think
to
I
sign?
did.
Yeah,
I
this one
signed
is
one.
fine, okay.
Okay.